I wanted to do a video talking about conspiracy theories. And it's a video I've had like planned for like a really long time, like probably like years now. But I just think it might be like too long for right now. Let's look into it. I'll look at it real quick. Updated conspiracy theories. Okay, here is this notepad. So this is the document. These are all the conspiracies that I have. Because it's based off of, I don't know if you remember it, but it's based off of this. No. Based off, how do I show that? Would think it would just be like oh, here it is. Okay. It's based off of this, which I think is really funny, right? Because there's some good ones on here, like particularly, you know, particularly in like this column, you know, you got some I can't like draw on the screen. I wish I had that technology, but yeah, there's some ones on here that you know, might be a little you know, maybe misplaced, say, you know, because there's a, so this is the fucking hell, dude. This is where the things that actually happened are. And all the way up here. COVID-19 made in the lab. Oops. A little quick on that one. A little quick on the draw on that one. The science denial. Dangerous to yourself and others. Yeah, about that. Just such a funny chart, and it was made at such a good time in history where people were so wrong about so much, but they were so fucking confident. And it would be really funny to like do like a conspiracy chart from an actual conspiracy perspective, and like rating it. I think the biggest problem with this is actually like these parts. Like, because I feel like I actually have like a lot to say about this chart. But I actually think the biggest problems with it are like these qualifiers here. And I feel like the chart is kind of made around these qualifiers. You know, maybe let's fucking get into it, dude. Okay, but I'll finish what I had to say. Like, I feel like the chart was like, I think the biggest, so okay, I think there's some history. There's some history you have to know first. And the history is that like, I actually think I need to change my category real quick. Hold on just a second, technical difficulties. I need to do some things first. This is a song that I'm considering removing from the playlist just because it's so... It's just way too goofy. Just doesn't go along with anything. Just checking. What is like what is Kick's version of like just chatting? Because I'm pretty sure like Kick is like super specific about like they're like really specific about categories. If you don't get them, then it won't change it. Oh, it's just chatting too? Okay. Alright. Okay. Let's skip this. Okay. So I think some important context that you have to remember about this list was that it was made it was made in around 2020, like 2020 or 2021, because that's when I remember seeing it. It was made in that time, and what you have to remember about before that time. So before COVID, there was a kind of internet kind of crackdown on conspiracies, I would say, because for one reason basically, which was to kind of curb YouTube's because kind of conspiracies were growing on holy shit. Oh my god, nobody heard me for all of that. What the fuck happened? What happened? Oh my god, dude. Alright, more tech issues. Great. What the fuck happened, dude? How did that happen? It was fine. Like, the last time I streamed. It was fine, like, earlier. What the fuck is going on? What? Hello. Okay, there we go. Jesus, so it's like a... Alright, okay. Now we're good. Okay, is that good? Fine, great. Okay, let me just do all of that again. And we missed the first part of stream, that's fine. So I've been wanting to do a video on this topic for a while. So this is the conspiracy theory chart made by this person. I'm not trying to like flame them or anything. I just think it's a very interesting look into that point in like internet history, right? Especially like that COVID era, right? Because it was very peculiar, and I've been thinking about it a lot recently. Because I kind of think it might have been the most corrupt point in recent memory, at least. Like that was a very corrupt time. And I think people need to realize like how corrupt that was, because I think that was like, I think there was some I don't even know like how to say like what I think, but I think they did some things that were, I would consider morally and ethically objectable. And I think they knew about it. Okay, so the conspiracy chart. This was made at a really interesting point in our history. So this was made around 2020, 2021. So somewhere around there, because that's when I remember seeing it. And it kind of got really popular on like Instagram and like TikTok, and people were really talking about it during that time. And I'm pretty sure the general consensus of it would have been like, agree, right? That most things on this list would be that with things that this would resonate with a majority of people at that time, right? And I just think there's some like, I mean, like one is just like not updated, right? Like there are some things that we have since learned are factual, that are in very high categories. And I think the biggest one is COVID-19 was made in a lab, which was in the dangerous to yourself and others science denial category at the time, because that was what was consensus and, you know, regarded as fact by health experts at the time, right? So I'm not trying to flame this person for being wrong, because this is probably as best you could have done with the amount of knowledge that you had at the time. I do think, though, that it's very clear this is not made by somebody who is in any way a conspiracy theorist. Like you can tell that these things are like just the wording they use for some of them. They kind of just seem like, it seems very like intentionally like these things are stupid. I think it like kind of misrepresents some of them in at some points. I think it puts theories into like category, like some of the ones like particularly at the top are just like, these are so like stupid and like they aren't popular conspiracy. These are just things that you have heard and you're like, wow, that's so dumb. This must be, people must believe this or something. It's like there are things that it's like particularly like Wayfair, like the Wayfair conspiracy. That's not a major conspiracy. It was basically just like I'll get into, but it's like it's so stupid that I can explain it here because it just doesn't deserve to be here, because it's just like it's just like the pretty sure the conspiracy is that like Wayfair had really expensive furniture that was named after like girls, that had like girls' names, and they were like wildly expensive. They were like tens of thousands of dollars. Like holy, like why is a cabinet cost like $20,000, right? And people had theorized that this was actually a child sex trafficking operation, or like a sex trafficking operation, and this was how they were like selling children, or selling they were trafficking. Like this is how people were actually doing the purchases, which is like, it was like just a wild TikTok that kind of like got popular for a while, and like it's just like, I don't know. I think the biggest problem that I have with this chart is that I feel like it's more about the social impact part, which is like over here, which is like the right side. I feel like it's way more about that. Let's just bring this into like Paint or Photoshop or something, so I can like actually like show you what I'm like trying to show, and like can zoom in and shit. Like I just feel like it's way more focused on like the social impact stuff than it is on like the actual merit of these conspiracies. Like, because it's not like, because that's just not what it's trying to do. It's not trying to say that conspiracies have merit, because that is not what people believe, right? people believe that conspiracies have no merit and that they are always dangerous, because just at that time, like you have to remember the history of that time too. So around 2018, like probably before 2018, conspiracies started to do really well on YouTube, particularly, mainly. they just started to get really popular on YouTube, and it kind of just blew like out of proportion. And then around that 2018 time, this like spurred on by like creators like Shane Dawson, who was doing a lot of like conspiracy content at that time. But basically, so YouTube was kind of a hotbed for conspiracy content, and nobody really knew what to do with it. It kind of just existed. It was making money. It was gaining a lot of, getting a lot of views, making a lot of money. But people had a problem with that, especially when flat Earth theory came out. So the flat Earth theory, I don't think it came out, but it got popularized at that time. And it was, I have another theory about that, but it just kind of blew up into this like wild conspiracy theory that was like just in every conceivable like metric and way of testing this, it is provably wrong, right? And it's just like it's not a compelling conspiracy, because it's just based on basically the idea that like everything is a lie, right? It's that kind of hardcore conspiracy theory of just like everything is fake, everything is manipulated, they're trying to control you. For what purpose, that is unknown. Like it's one of those conspiracies, right? Which I just do not find that compelling. But obviously other people did. But basically what happened after the flat Earth theory kind of exploded on YouTube, it was gaining... Fucking hell, dude, what happened? Unable to connect. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Dude, what is going on with the restream today, brother? It's fine, it's being recorded. Okay, so basically after the flat Earth theory was popularized, or got popular on YouTube, there was kind of a YouTube crackdown on conspiracies. And basically all conspiracies on YouTube, or like all like majority conspiracy content, was being demonetized. And this is not something that is irregular. YouTube does this all the time with content they like generally don't want. They just demonetize it. It removes all incentive to make that content, and it basically overnight conspiracies on YouTube were just disappeared. And this happened like shortly after flat Earth, right? So you have to remember that, you have to take that into context, that 2018 to 2020 there was a massive internet crackdown on conspiracy theories, right? There was a huge stigma around these kind of wild conspiracy theories that went against publicly believed factual knowledge, right? So yeah, you just have to take that into account when you're looking at this list, or otherwise you won't look at it the way you probably should, which is that this is a relic of the time. This is a relic of the kind of confidence that we had in sort of expert opinion on these controversial topics that often lack definitive evidence, or evidence that is robust enough to like convince the majority of people, right? So you have to take that into account. So the internet at this time heavily stigmatized conspiracies to the point where the average person were looking at conspiracy theories, which were also popping off on TikTok, because TikTok was kind of the Wild West, and it still kind of is. So just kind of conspiracies were running rampant on TikTok, which is where this became popular, right? This chart and the kind of, like trying to group and trying to separate the logical or like believable conspiracies versus the wild conspiracies. And that is actually what this conspiracy chart was attempting to do, which was to separate fucking QAnon from JFK, because there's a wild degree of separation between those things. There's a wild degree of, like, of this thing possibly being able to happen, right? And they're all kind of lumped into this clump of conspiracy theory, right? And I think that's on purpose. I mean, I think I would say I'm a logical conspiracy theorist, but like in any conspiracy theorist will tell you that they're not talking about these things on purpose, right? That is the main thing, is that they are obfuscating the truth of these things on purpose. Like, there's a lot of prerequisites to becoming, to believing just about any of these conspiracy theories, and the first prerequisite is that that the media and that the intelligence apparatus around our government and governments around the world are lying to you on purpose for you to believe and not believe certain things that they find inconvenient. Which, between 2018 and 2020, the consensus of that has changed, right? Between 2018 and 2020, the consensus of the media is knowingly and purposefully misleading you, lying to you about information to like control like what you think is like normal to talk about. That wasn't as acceptable to think as it is now, right? Particularly because some of the things that happened between that time and now. So I wanted to redo this chart to put things in order where I think they should be, to completely remove these, because I think they are the most kind of, they're the part that is the most relic of its time, I would say, because this was made again at a time when conspiracy theories were heavily scrutinized and put under this. They were kind of all being rejected because of the nuttiness of certain conspiracy theories, which I think, as a conspiracy theorist myself, is a conspiracy theory. Would you believe it? Would you believe it that I think it's all a conspiracy? I don't think it's all a conspiracy, but I think I'll get into it. I'll get into it later. I could have just grabbed the paint brush and just colored it. So I just want to remove that. I want to remove those parts because I think they were too much of the emphasis of the chart. They held too much stock in the chart, because I think a lot of the placements of a lot of these topics were particularly because they wanted to put them into the like social aspects of them, instead of what I think would be a better way to graph them, which would be by their plausibility, right? I think that's a much better way to graph conspiracy theories. Can this thing plausibly happen? Not did it happen, not do we have evidence for it happening. I don't care about the evidence. Conspiracy theorists don't care about the evidence. Everything is lying to you anyways. You have to remember, you have these conspiracies are coming from a place of these people don't trust what experts are saying. They don't trust what the media is saying. You shouldn't trust what the media is saying. They lie to you. It's very obvious they lie to you, but that's things that we have learned from that time to this time, right? Okay, so let's get into some of the topics. Don't look at any of these. You might get spoiled. You'll get spoiled on what I'm never going to do anyways. Updated conspiracy theorist chart. I have the full intro? Oh, no, I don't. I just had notes. Okay, no, I actually did. My goal with this Most conspiracies rely on basis that someone is lying to you. I said that. Got that one. Didn't even need to read it. I don't endorse any of these theories. That's wrong. I do. I stand by every one of them. I'm focused on presenting facts. Okay. You fucking liberal. Presenting facts in an unbiased way. Dude, just be biased, man. Get into it. To try to rank conspiracies by their plausibility and evidence collected. Okay, evidence does matter. My goal with this revised conspiracy chart is to address issues that I have with the original. 1, updating theories with new information. 2, the arbitrary placement of theories based on social impact rather than evidence. 3, try to address political bias. 4, be less matter of fact and lenient to change. That is another. This reeks of the kind of smug elitism and that has like is kind of just become a meme onto itself at this point. This is, I am smarter than you. I am living in the realm of reality. You are living in fairyland. This reeks of that COVID smugness that I just find fucking deplorable. I can't stand that. I find it annoying, and it still exists. Luckily, it's dying faster than fucking the dinosaurs, dude. That whole smug elitism will vanish. Okay, things that actually happened. So we have... Let me put this somewhere else. I never... I didn't remove the chart. I think I will have to do that. So let's go through here. Let's grab our colors. Because there's like a slight gradient to it. I will probably have to grab the object select. Hope it doesn't grab text. Good enough. We'll put it on a new layer just to be... So let's grab our colors here. That's one of them. That is two of them. And it's just near the top. So we'll have to gradient like this. Down fact. Oh, I'm on. Give me the basics. Okay. There we go. Fuck. So we have to do something like that. Or is it the other way around? Yep. Okay. That's fine. So, what text did they use? Do I care? Do I care? No. No, I don't. So, what do I have? So, let's use a different font though. Actually, I kind of think it would be a little funny if I got the same text. Oh, it's storming. Okay, stream might not exist. Might not play Skyrim today. If my power goes out, I am done. So let's grab text. Identify text online. Identify text online. Identify font online. So, identify font online. Font identifier. Upload an image. Let's take that over here. Let's go find my project. Art. No writing. Content. Conspiracy theory chart. Here we go. So we want to go for one of these. I think... Oh, they use a different font on everything. Do they use a different font for every single one? Holy... How much time did you have during COVID? Holy fuck, dude. Why? Okay, I'm starting to think it doesn't matter then. Just a different font. I'm not gonna do that. That's so stupid. I mean, it looks cool, I guess. I don't know. I think the problem with it is like it doesn't. I think they purposefully bolded certain things. Funny, hilarious that they. This one is the reason why this is being made, because I thought this was so funny that this was so wrong and it was placed so highly that it was like, this needs to get remade. Okay, so let's just Helvetica. Hello, my headphones aren't. Can yeah, sure. I stream Melee, Counter-Strike. Kind of just Slay the Spire. Today I'm doing. After I finish up with this, I'm going to do Skyrim challenge. Yeah, but I kind of just do whatever. Just variety streamer, which I don't think is like a good strategy for like early in streaming, but I don't know. I don't really care. Kind of just whatever. It's about the personality. What font is this? Nope. Okay, so it fucked everything up anyways. I think it was just, I saw Helvetica, so I'm going to go with Helvetica. I saw they used Helvetica once. I don't have Helvetica. Huh? Adobe Hebrew. We could write it in Hebrew. Okay, let me download Helvetica. Oh, it's a whole family of fonts? Dude, you're doing too much, Helvetica. You're just doing too much. Helvetica Bold. How many of these do I want to do? I'll do Helvetica Bold. Probably the one I'm going to use the most. I think I'll do light too, because those are just like styles. I hope. Rounded. Looks a little too much like Comic Sans. Oblique. That one will probably be a separate one. Layout. No, it might not. We'll see. I'll just download those. And we'll see. Okay. So the first conspiracy in the revised conspiracy chart will be a good one. Good one to start. MK Ultra. So MK Ultra actually happened. I'm not okay, I don't know how much I like want to actually get into like the research parts of these. Oh, it did not do styles. It did bold. MK Ultra. So maybe we can do like a little bit, but like I just feel like it would take way too much time if we just started like going into like deep research about like everything. And like there's so many that I have. But yeah, so I'll just do Wikipedia. I don't really care. It's not like I don't need like super factual information. MK Ultra was an illegal human experimentation program designed and undertaken by U.S. Central Intelligence Agency to develop procedures and identify drugs that could be used during interrogations to weaken individuals and force confessions through brainwashing and psychological torture. The term MK Ultra is a CIA cryptonym. MK is an arbitrary prefix standing for... Okay, I don't actually care about this. So basically, if my knowledge is correct... So, what do you... Yeah, what's up? Oh, you're... Oh, okay, no, I'm not gonna... No, I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not. So yeah, MK Ultra did happen. It is a real thing. If my memory serves correctly, it is where LSD comes from. So they were trying to develop a bunch of drugs to like basically brainwash people. They were trying to like do brainwashing, and I think it was like the 60s or something. And they created LSD, and they were like, we discovered that this was actually not brainwashing at all, and it did the opposite. It radicalized people. All right, that's cool. So yeah, MK Ultra is a very real thing. Gonna name my layers. So yeah, that is a real thing that actually happened, not a conspiracy. The CIA was trying to do fucking psychological brainwashing and that is the reason why LSD is a drug that exists. Pretty crazy. There's some other things that the CIA has created, which has enabled illegal crime too. Maybe we could get into those at some point, but it's like peeling the layers of an onion, you could say. You could say it's like peeling the layers of an onion. I think only a few people actually get that joke, but it's fine. So the next conspiracy in the revised conspiracy chart, NSA mass surveillance. Spelled that really wrong. Surveillance. We got a lot of stuff to write in here, so I'm just gonna NSA spying. Yeah, so the NSA, as exposed by Edward Snowden, I'm gonna just go off memory on these, and we can see how fucking powerful my fucking, you can see how high my power level is. So NSA mass surveillance, this is a real thing that did happen. The NSA basically can spy on whoever they want at any time, and it is perfectly legal for them to do that. They can tap your phones, they can tap your internet, they can collect any information they want. They have made it legal to keep this information so that they have created systems inside places to give themselves backdoor access so that they can access any of your information at any time, which probably should break certain constitutional rights against privacy, but I guess it's the internet, so nothing is private. So next one, great one to come next. COVID-19 was made in a lab. Made in a lab. And this is going right in here. No, this goes in here. This actually happened. I would say I I'm very curious what like was COVID-19 made in a lab. I'm very curious what the like general like internet sanitized theory of this is. The lab leak theory is the idea that SARS-CoV came from a laboratory. This claim is highly controversial. No, it's not. It's basically the only thing that makes sense. There is a scientific consensus that the virus is not the result of genetic engineering. There is significant scientific consensus that it does as well. Like this is what I'm talking about. Like this is Wikipedia. Wikipedia is basically an asset of the government. It might not technically be, but it basically is. That Wikipedia has removed information about the crimes that Saudi princes have done because it there is significant amount of propaganda that exists on Wikipedia. Like Wikipedia is not a reliable source, especially with controversial information. There have been former people that work at Wikipedia who have said that there is a significant political bias at the company that basically does not allow them to be impartial on topics, even though that is what they have strived to do. Wikipedia is not impartial. They are politically biased, and they are extremely hesitant to say controversial things are of conspiracy theories. So, central to many is misplaced suspicion based on the proximity of the outbreak to the Wuhan Institute where coronavirus are studied. It's like, dude, I wonder where this conspiracy came from, dude. They study coronavirus in this city of Wuhan, and suddenly, miraculously, and out of nowhere, a huge outbreak of COVID happens in Wuhan. Huh. Dude, what a coincidence! And the alternative theory to this is that it was cross contamination of bats in a wet market, and like, why are there bats in a wet market? Like, what are they like collecting guano? Like, what is? Just nothing outside of this makes sense. None of this has like happens like. This isn't something that like ever happens. Like it's just so, the Occam's razor is obviously Wuhan Institute of Virology. It was obviously a lab leak. Just Occam's razor, it was obviously a lab leak. But like they just can't admit that, right? I mean, the government has now. It has since become government. The U.S. government has since declared that this was 100% made in a lab, and I think it's about goddamn time that they finally admit that, because it's so stupid that they tried to cover that up for so long, and them trying to cover it up is the reason why no one believes the news. It is a crazy, crazy turn of events. Okay, so the next conspiracy that actually happened is Watergate. So Watergate happened. It was essentially another spying and surveillance operation performed by Reagan. No, it wasn't. I need to look it up. Watergate. It was performed by the other guy. Performed by Nixon. Jesus Christ. I have no knowledge of these things. So basically it was so basically, if my memory serves me correctly, Nixon had ordered the FBI or the CIA or some government institution to break in to some of like one of his like political opposition candidates' offices and bug his office. And that is a scandal. It obviously happened. It came out. He kind of He resigned in shame, and which is really funny because it was a big scandal back then. But I'm pretty sure every Democrat president since has done that, or at least Obama did, and I don't even think it got mainstream media coverage. So crazy how shit like that happens. So the next one I have on here is the opioid crisis. I'm going to be honest, I don't really know. I think this might cross into speculation. I might have to go back into... I might have to reorder these on the spot, because I don't know if I should claim that this actually happened. So obviously the opioid crisis happened, but I think what I was talking about was that the opioid crisis was intentionally caused by doctors overprescribing opioids on purpose because they were sponsored by these opioid companies, and they made money off of prescribing more opioids. I think that's where I was going for it. Like, obviously that obviously did happen, right? Like, I can say with like 99.9% certainty that happened, and there were doctors that did that. But like, I guess it's that simple, right? I just feel like I feel like it could go deeper, but like you really don't have to go deep. Like you don't really have to deep dive into that. Like it clearly happened, but I don't know if I should. Like if I'm trying to be as objective as possible, should that go into speculation? Because there could be like I don't know. Like it clearly happened, but it's like, should I claim that happened? That it 100% happened when I'm like 99.9% sure that it happened, right? I'm gonna say it happened because, hey, I'm a little frisky sometimes, dude. Fuck it, I just say shit. Dude, I'm fucking crazy. I say that the opioid crisis happened. So this is a wild one. This is something that I was really interested in at the time, and still kind of am. That Monster changes your DNA. There's used to be some old conspiracies that Monster was actually a satanic drink. Monster logo, Satanism, because the logo, Monster Energy. So basically what people were saying is because the Hebrew character or Hebrew number for 6 is like this little like lipped like line here, and because there's 3 of them, that would mean like 666, unleash the beast. You know, maybe it's some edgy marketing, could be Satanism, I don't know. But this is like an entirely different conspiracy. I'm not trying to get into that. I don't really care. Don't actually care all that much. But this is a different thing. This is actually kind of true. I might have to go to like an AI for this one. So the main sugar in Monster is sucralose, which is an artificial sugar, which basically means they don't have to put as much sugar into it for it to be sweet, right? Because sucralose is like 100 times sweeter than sugar. So they basically put very little of this artificial sugar in it, and it sweetens it to the same amount as putting a fuck ton of sugar in it, and it doesn't matter. Which is why things say that they have zero sugar. It's just because they have crossed that threshold of being so little that it doesn't count. And yeah, and it sweetens it the same. So sucralose does, let's just say it like this, can sucralose, if I use can and it change your DNA. Recent research indicates that sucralose itself does not directly change your DNA. Well, shit. But a compound related to I thought I was wrong, but called sucralose 6, which is the byproduct of sucralose. So sucralose. So what I remember, I basically made this like a year or a couple of years ago. Was that what I remember is that it basically like sucralose breaks down into this sucralose 6 acetate has shown the potential to cause DNA damage in laboratory studies. Sucralose 6 acetate is both a minor contaminant that can be present in commercial sucralose and a metabolite formed when sucralose is broken down in the body. Exactly. Okay. So I was right. So, however, it is important to note that the most compelling evidence of DNA damage comes from vitro studies in animal models. The relevance of these findings to typical human consumption levels is still under investigation. So I think I put it a lot higher than it likely deserves to be. So this probably should go into at least the speculation line, because it's true that there has been found some links between sucralose and changing your DNA, but if it could happen to humans is still under investigation. Might change in the future, might be debunked in the future, who knows. But I think it sitting at speculation level is valid. Next conspiracy in the revised conspiracy theorist chart is the Green Revolution. This is a fun one, and I don't think a lot of people know about this. So the Green Revolution, if I remember correctly, was a Bill Gates funded research in Africa. And Bill Gates basically gave some kind of like advanced technology to Africa, which he promised would increase their farm yield, increase their like crop yield by like 50%. What it actually did was decrease their farm yield by 50%. And a lot of people died. A lot of people starved to death. And it was this project into green energy and trying to save lives in Africa, but it ended up doing the exact opposite. It was a failure in every conceivable aspect, right? So I think it deserves to be here because it's an example of like the green myth of just like, oh, if we use green energy and green technologies, if we use these modern technologies, it could have a extremely beneficial, it could be extremely beneficial, but, doesn't always, the science and the realities don't always add up. Because, like, the thing is, Africa was doing relatively well with their crops, and they were just not producing enough because they just didn't have enough people. Like, they had an understanding, at least a core understanding of agriculture, Western influence, and billionaire philanthropists that, doing vanity projects and trying to play God come into Africa causes significant problems. And, I think some of the places in Africa, I don't think I've ever recovered from it. Like, they're still down bad because of what this project did. And I think it's, and I never hear about it. I never hear about it. Nobody ever knows about it. Next one is Operation Mockingbird. I don't know a ton about this. I've never done a deep dive into this one. I'm pretty sure, though, that this one was on the original in the same place. Let's see. I'm pretty sure it was. Operation Mockingbird. Yep. So the Operation Mockingbird was on this one as well. So was NSA Master Balance. So was in the MK Ultra. I don't actually know about any of those other ones. FBI spied on John Lennon. Who actually cares? Probably spies on every celebrity. Big Tobacco lied about cancer. That's obvious. I think I go into. I might have like medical ones. But like I don't know. I feel like everyone kind of knows about that one. Maybe that's why, because it's more like if you can see things that you know on this chart, you're like, oh, okay, so those are relevant. Those are related in certain ways. So Operation Mockingbird, from my memory, is basically the U.S. Hires former FBI agents or former like intelligence agencies as news like pundits and like candidates, or not candidates, like news. What do they call it? Like the people on the news, the people that fucking read the news, pundits. Right. So that is what Operation Mockingbird is, and that is true. They do that. They have been doing that for a really long time. As probably one of the most famous examples right now is Tucker Carlson's dad was a CIA asset. So like you see how that line goes in. Hey, I see great potential to shoot. No, shut up. Operation, yeah, so that one is true. The U.S. has used CIA intelligence as, media candidate or media pundits for a very long time, and they likely still are. Operation Northwoods. I have a bunch of question marks by this one, so I don't think I don't know anything about it. Interference in Cuba is my note on it. But apparently it happened. I don't know anything about it. I don't think most people know anything about it. Interference in Cuba. I'll look it up and see if it like interests me at all. But if it's just like, oh, we did this thing in Cuba, I don't think I'll include it, just because it's, I don't know. Like, we've done a lot. I can't include everything we've done. Like, we've done a lot of fucking crazy shit, dude. I actually think there's some that we might need to. There's so many. Like, BLM was government funded. Yeah, I think that one has been true. Is true now. Was BLM was government funded. Yeah, I think that can be said that has happened now, because there was links between USAID and BLM, right? So maybe it goes in speculative, right? Maybe not all of BLM, but like some part, like that's the kind of like speculative parts, is like if some of it was government funded and others weren't, is it still justifiable to say that it was government funded, even though not everything was government funded? Who funded the bricks? Is all. Who funded the bricks that show up in these things? I want to know. It's a question on everybody's minds. Was also, well, this one's wrong too. This one's wrong too, because if we believe, no shit, come on, let's get it together. So this one's wrong too, because the government just said that Epstein killed himself. They just said it. So obviously it's wrong, because the government said it. The government wouldn't say it if it was true. Yeah, so no, that one's it can't go higher, right? Because I don't know. I actually find a lot of we'll get into that later. We will get into that bitch later. But is this fair? Is this fair to say BLM was government funded as a true conspiracy? Would that piss people off? Oh, I have another one. Russian collusion. Turned out it wasn't the guy you thought it was. I don't think I'm going to include that one, because that one seems like overtly political. And like, I did say that I wanted to keep political bias out of it as much as possible, but BLM being government funded is so funny. It's so funny to me, and it's so like, it's such a like sign of it's such a sign that things have changed, because like BLM was just an unquestionable pedestal of like liberal, like like that ideology, right? Like you just couldn't question it. It was so natural, right? This riot, it was so natural. It was a coming from it was the people speaking out. Turns out USAID funded a significant amount of that kind of opposition, right? Which turns out they do a lot. I actually think we should write something else there. Government funded terrorists. Government funds terrorists. USAID funds terrorism. Should I do terrorists or terrorism? I'll do terrorists because they are funding the terrorists. But, you could get into some semantics about, well, they didn't fund terrorism, they just funded the terrorists. You could do some bullshit. So USAID funds terrorists. And maybe that's the subtle idea that BLM might have been like our own national opposition, which countries do a lot. They fund opposition countries, like countries that are at war with each other. They will fund an insurgency in that country. They will fund like a malicious or like a kind of like a terrorist or like a rebel opposition group to just exist in like the other country, because it will just cause problems and it'll just make the country like have like just it makes them pinned. How I've heard it described is it pins them to their own country. They can't have these expansionist ideas when they're worried about the fucking opposition party in their country. And in some ways, I do think that might have been what BLM was. That's speculative, but it is 100% confirmed that USAID funded some terrorist countries like Iran and stuff like that. It could be for that opposition angle. You are funding an insurgency group in another country to, make that country like heavily focus on the terrorists in that country, or like you're making the larger country, the actual country and the government focused on this terrorist group, because if they're focused on their own internal terrorist operations, then they aren't going to have like expansionist ideas, right? So as a bigger thing, this happens all the time, but we now have conclusive evidence because of Doge that USAID was being used in this way to fund terrorism. If it was, as this opposition, it doesn't actually matter, because they did it anyways, right? They were using this AID, this USAID, which is not aid, by the way, it's international development or whatever. USAID, USA International Development. So it's kind of like, if you actually see what they're doing, like, oh, okay, you are funding insurgency groups, then why'd you fund BLM? It's like, it's a weird question that you gotta contend with once you start realizing, like, what is the purpose of these government agencies? Like, why did USAID fund BLM? Why did it get so violent? Why did it get so deadly? Why did no one intervene? It's a weird question to answer. I don't want to get stuck on that topic though, because it's a treasure trove of topic. So Russian collusion. I don't want to conclude Russian collusion. It obviously did happen. Hillary Clinton did collude with Russia. The Steele dossier was a fake document to try to get the media to say Trump was like some kind of Russian asset. They obviously did do that. Obviously became false. Never did happen. Oh, okay, I see what I did now. So the next conspiracy, companies lied about research. And this doesn't just include tobacco. I actually also included BP with their carbon footprint. So if you don't know, the carbon footprint was actually created by BP. They created the carbon footprint idea. Companies lie about research. I'm trying to think of a way to say that in a more like concise way, but I might just have to put that down here and just eat it, dude. But companies funding research. So yeah, BP, the United States oil company, created the carbon footprint for a very funny reason. This might get into the speculative area, but the objective, there is an objective truth, which is companies do lie about research, which is the part that I have. But I'll get into some speculative aspects of the conspiracy potentially. So BP created the carbon footprint idea, and it's heavily believed or heavily speculated that they did that as a way to basically put the blame on the individual person. So the carbon footprint tracked things like carbon, tracked like pollution, and this around that same time of like BP and the carbon footprint is when a lot of the like reduce, use, recycle sort of terminology came about. That, you know, we as people have the most impact on pollution, and that they are releasing these studies and releasing these things like carbon footprint as a way to basically put the onus onto the people rather than the companies, who have now, which is now, you know, fact that the companies are doing like fucking like 90% of, you know, pollution in the world, right? Like companies are the biggest majority polluters, but this BP, they wanted to not take blame for a lot of, you know, the climate that was becoming a worry at that time. And they wanted to say, no, it's actually your fault. And if you, you know, recycle and do these things, then it doesn't really matter, or have any impact, then we can save the planet together. It's your responsibility to recycle and to not litter and all these things that have very little impact on our actual planet. Kind of just a nice thing, but I mean, I wish less people would litter, but because I like living in a nice city. But it's but like the main crux of what I'm saying is the companies are intentionally creating falsified research to not have people like blame them. And this goes with tobacco companies getting doctors to say, you know, Camel cigarettes are the, you know, safest cigarettes. Is like this is intentional research manipulation to get people to believe something that is not true, right? And it happens all the time. These are just the most notable examples. COINTELPRO, I don't actually fucking know what COINTELPRO is. What the fuck is COINTELPRO? Is this some stupid one? COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO was a series of covert and illegal projects conducted between 1956 and 1971. Federal Bureau of Investigation aimed at surveilling, infiltrating, discrediting, and disrupting American political organizations that the FBI believed as subversive. Oh, so this is like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X shit. Okay. COINTELPRO. United Farm Workers. The FBI engaged in covert operations targeting domestic political groups from its earliest years. Covert operations under the official COINTELPRO label took place between 1956 and 1971. However, the official chronology of this is just so much. This is why I hate like Wikipedia. It's just fucking rambly shit, dude. They just ramble. They're fucking yappers, dude. Just let me get the information I want, dude. I'm not gonna include that one. Just because I don't really have anything to add. I was like, yeah, it's clearly happening. Yes, they targeted the Black Panthers. They targeted Martin Luther King. We know now that they surveilled Martin Luther King and that they were potentially threatening him. I don't know. I think that might be speculative. I don't know if that was... It's confirmed that it was the FBI that was doing it, but I think a lot of people believe that it was the FBI that was doing it, and obviously a lot of people also believe that Martin Luther King was killed by the FBI or the CIA or some government equivalent, which I also believe is true. And yeah, so I mean, this just, yeah, so it's just like, do I have, how many more do I have? I'm not going to include that one. I don't know if I want to include that one either. So we're getting to the last of this. So I don't know if U.S. social media censorship. Social media censorship. I want to include this one, even though it seems very obvious, because it kind of just is... It aligns with the time of this graph, right? Because at the time of this graph's creation, I would have been mocked relentlessly for saying that Twitter would have been, surveilled by the FBI, and that the FBI would have sent like takedown requests for political posts that could sometimes be described as memes, right? Like, that would have been a crazy thing for me to suggest around that 2020 time. I would have been called a fucking nutcase, right? Like, I would have been laughed out of the room if I suggested, like, yeah, Republicans are being targeted by the FBI and they are, like, tracking my Facebook posts and, like, my Facebook memes to, like, and, like, sending takedown requests to Facebook for them to remove my, like, political memes. I would have been laughed out of the fucking room at that time. And it turns out with the Twitter files and with Mark Zuckerberg coming out, that 100% fucking happened. 100% happened. Every recordable evidence, like, there is, like, Zuckerberg said it himself. Yes, that happened. Like, that is such a crazy thing to have happened. I also have one that I don't really want to say, and I have colleges have foreign influence, which is true because a lot of our Ivy League schools, for whatever reason, just have like financial connections to like Saudi Arabia and like like what is the other, in Qatar and shit, and it's like, why is now I don't know if I want to say it, but like maybe some of these political protests going on at this campus could be related to this, Middle Eastern political interference, because Qatar is known to, sometimes fund terrorist organizations, right? So maybe, it's a little weird to say, but like maybe that could be related. Who knows? I don't want to. I mean, but obviously the factual part of it is that colleges have foreign influence. Colleges, particularly Ivy League colleges in our country, have outside foreign influence that are influenced by some kind of foreign government, right? To what extent, it's hard to say. To what, but like money is power, right? Like, oh fuck. And if you are funding somebody, and they say some bad shit about you, maybe you say, hey, I don't know if I'm going to support you anymore if you're allowing bad shit to be said about me, right? So I think like that is where it gets into the conspiracy part of like, why is Qatar and Saudi Arabia funding Ivy League colleges in America, right? And could it be because they have some censorship? They want to like impose censorship by threatening this financial, like they could disrupt their finances if they don't censor what they want. It's hard to say. I think it gets a lot into the like aspects of, I don't know. It's hard to say. But anyways, let's get to the next one. I had some other ones, but I think they're, I don't know, just not. I think this list right here, I think this list is good. I think this list is things that have happened that are weird. I think this one, you could say it's speculative, but I would say it's like, I think it's speculative the same way that saying Epstein didn't kill himself, right? I guess if I'm putting Epstein here, then I might have to put in speculative. I would say it's more speculative that Epstein didn't kill himself than it is speculative that COVID-19 came in a lab. I think COVID-19 came in a lab is like, the only people that are not saying it are like people who like might have a vested interest in like, where is my slider? Can my slider come back, please? So let's grab this. Let's cut that out. Let's cut that out. Let's cut that too. Okay, that's good. Let's grab the gradient. Let's put it like right here. Nope, other way. Huh? It's gonna. Oh, did I have something stupid? There we go. Let's get it really straight. Come on. Nope. Come on. There we go. We had one there. We want it to be a little bit smaller. And a little smaller, a little smaller. Let's get it straight. Nope. Do I have some weird like setting going on? What is going on? I think that's probably fine, but I just want to copy it like a little more. There we go. There we go. Okay, so shit, I made it on a separate layer. That's fine. That doesn't matter because I have this one. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We will call this the blue block. Blue block. We'll put this above here. Speculation line. So let's get into doing some of the text now. Let's look at some of my notes here. So some evidence. So this is the way that I separated these. I separated them into happened, then it goes into has some evidence but might not be 100% proven. Yeah, so that's the kind of the way I've did it. So it goes some evidence, then there's little evidence or little to no research is the third category. And then because there might be something that hasn't been proven true or false yet, but it's because like there just isn't any studies on it for whatever reason, right? You couldn't definitively say that that's not true or what, but like things have to be investigated first, right? You have to do the studies to find out if they're true. But if they aren't studying these things for whatever reason, like financial, there could be some financial things because companies lie about research, preventing people from doing fair and honest studies on these things, right? So this is how you have to break up this is how you have to separate, facts from your feelings when it comes to conspiracies. Like there are some things that might not be proven true that we have some evidence for, and this is why you kind of need somebody who is a little bit more, you know, open to conspiracies to actually make something like this, because it's like you might not know all this obscure evidence and obscure, you know, shit like conspiracies. Like you might not know what the actual conspiracy is. Like Avril Lavigne replaced, right? Like that's a stupid conspiracy. It's a stupid sounding conspiracy. But the actual conspiracy is that celebrities have, I will probably get into this later. I actually might get this to the next topic. No, I think it might be a little further down. But basically, so Avril Lavigne replaced. It sounds fucking stupid. Like, oh, they made like, they made a clone of her. You fucking conspiracy nut. But like the actual conspiracy here is that celebrities, public figures, and politicians have body doubles that go into public to convince like paparazzi and like the general public that they are somewhere that they aren't, right? That's the actual conspiracy. And if you were an actual conspiracy, that would be the conspiracy, because that's the actual part that people have some evidence for, right? But just saying, oh, Avril Lavigne was replaced, right? And just like, oh, they replaced her and she's so weird now and she doesn't seem like normal now, so that's evidence that she's replaced. And you could just be like, no, like people are fucking weird. She's probably on cocaine and shit, on meth. She probably just does some fucking weird shit and she looks different because she's a fucking crackhead, right? So like these are the things, these are the nuances of separating conspiracies like this, is that you like maybe it's not the conspiracy that's there that's the actual conspiracy. It's the okay, what is the bigger picture of this conspiracy, and the bigger picture of like a lot of these, you know, celebrities being replaced conspiracies. There's a ton of celebrity conspiracies, and I will for sure get into that. But it's like that they have body doubles, they have body replacements, right? And maybe if they die, one of these body doubles could just take their place. Like that's like complete speculation, but I think there's some evidence, particularly with politicians, especially like Hillary Clinton, where, you know, they go out, they leave their New York apartment with these like crazy glasses. They kind of don't look like them. They look like vaguely similar to them, but then they show up somewhere else in like a time that's like, wait, how did you get there that quick, right? It's just this like it's a weird thing. It's a weird topic. It's a weird conspiracy. But you know, I think you have to kind of be attuned to conspiracies to like even think that this is like a conspiracy, right? So some evidence. I put Big Pharma. That kind of goes into the opioid crisis. I think I already covered that one. The Big Pharma. I mean, there's a treasure trove of information, like of conspiracies there, right? But like, I don't want to get in. Like, I think the kind of opioid crisis is a lot of like, it's basically the same topic, but it's one specific topic that kind of gets into a core rot of like Big Pharma, right? Where it's like doctors are doing things for their best financial interest. They're getting sponsored by these certain these certain drug companies to prescribe them, which is like, I think what is happening with like ADHD. I think a lot of these like ADHD is being like wildly overprescribed, and I think a lot of these doctors might be getting kickbacks from that. That's not out of the realm of reality, right? Like it clearly happened in some cases in the opioid crisis, right? So I think the opioid crisis is it's a specific, but it's a very widely like agreeable thing, or it's a widely like recognizable thing that there was severe corruption in this specific spot. So like, I don't want to get into like every freaking Big Pharma conspiracy, but I think the opioid crisis is kind of, it's such a major one that it can kind of like be a like a pillar for like kind of all the Big Pharma conspiracies, because you could kind of say like, I don't know how much I want to say about this conspiracy that I kind of created myself, But like you could kind of say maybe there's another condition in our modern society right now that is heavily controversial, targeting biology, basic biology, right? Okay, I think we all get the point. But like that could be an aspect of, you know, this big pharma. Like, is that another example of them over prescribing something to create lifelong big pharma patients, right? It's like that, like these, that's another example of a lot of the same things that we've already seen with the opioid crisis conspiracy thing, right? So, and I don't want to get into like, because those could be varying levels of speculation. Like that's the one I just named is a lot more speculative than the opioid crisis, right? So it's like, but it would just be the same thing. We know it's happening, right? We know the core problem. We know the rot is happening. We just don't know to what extent. So the next conspiracy that I have is fluoride. And there is, and even more now, evidence to believe that fluoride can cause damage to your body. And the reason why this is a problem is because for no explicable reason, we put fluoride into our United States water supply. Because at some point, Alaskan children had tooth problems. So we decided, one person decided, it might not have been Alaska. It might have been Alaska though. I don't know if it for sure is Alaska, but it seems like an Alaskan thing. So, I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember if it was specifically Alaska though. So, this person basically said, well, because kids are having tooth problems, they don't want to go to the dentist, and they can't afford the dentist, we should put fluoride in the water supply so it cleans their teeth when they're drinking it. The problem, it doesn't do that. It doesn't clean your teeth by drinking it. 2, you're not supposed to ingest it. You're not supposed to fucking eat it. You're not supposed to drink it. Doesn't work like that. 3, it can damage your teeth if you get too much of it from fucking fluoride poisoning of your teeth. So it can have negative consequences on your teeth. 4, it messes with like parts of your fucking brain chemistry. It calcifies your pineal gland, which is responsible for dreams. Like what? Like in 5, there's no fucking reason to do it anymore, and we still do it. It doesn't clean anything. It doesn't help the water. It doesn't add taste. It's bad for your body. There's no reason to do it, and we do it still. There's more evidence coming out that it has even more severe impacts on your body, and it's just if you're a like water purist, if like there are water people on the internet, and you know they obviously get those like high quality water filters that actually filter out fluoride, because it is so it serves no benefit. It doesn't need to be there. It is a relic of a fucking stupid time when we didn't know anything about, you know, these chemicals that they just haphazardly put in everything, and it's just so like that one makes me mad. That one makes me mad, and I just realized how mad it makes me right now. So this one's funny, and this one is a little bit a sign of when I wrote it. This is a Just Stop Oil conspiracy. This is my conspiracy. I made this one. Just Stop Oil is a psyop. And I was going to do a really long video about this, but I kind of thought it was really dumb, and like after a while the kind of Just Stop Oil kind of mania had died off, and it like really wasn't as much of a topic anymore. And the main Just Stop Oil used to be like kind of something that made me mad, and now it's something that makes me happy, because every time I see it, it's like people like messing with the people. It's like people making fun of them, or like beating them up, and like that. It's so funny. I hate them so much. Like there's very few people I'm like that if you like assaulted in public, I would say it's a good. There's very few people, and actually thinking like right now, there's probably only 2 people I would justify that, and one of them is Johnny Somali, and 2 is every Just Stop Oil protester that sits in the fucking road. No, I cannot say anymore. But Just Stop Oil, the conspiracy, the funders of Just Stop Oil is an oil baron. She is she is in a family of oil barons. This is a oil empire. She is funding Just Stop Oil, and she's funding another extreme climate activist group called Extinction Rebellion. And Extinction Rebellion are often seen as the more normal ones. They are the less extreme ones, but they are still pretty extreme. And the widely recognized theory, was that Extinction Rebellion was going to be the sister group, and after Just Stop Oil clearly went too far, clearly pushed everybody away, which is kind of what they knew was going to happen from the beginning, right? They kind of knew it was going to happen. And that Extinction Rebellion would so Just Stop Oil would funnel all of their support into Extinction Rebellion after Just Stop Oil, was basically the fall guy organization for a lot of this fucking insane climate activism that they're doing. That is the widely recognized theory of, the Extinction Rebellion Just Stop Oil split. Which is which kind of adds more credence to the idea that it's like a psyop. Like it's the psyop idea is like they are funding this to be like so fucking hardcore on like anti-gas that it like pisses everyone off, radicalizes them into not caring about these people. And so like these oil, and the only people that would benefit, that like entire idea would benefit, is the oil companies, right? Like oil, they don't have to change anything. They give like $100 to each of these protesters, maybe a little more if they get arrested. And the only people that benefits is the oil companies that now people are less critical of because they have somebody like more fucking retarded to blame. They're like, yeah, I'm not sure I like oil companies doing what they do, but fuck, Just Stop Oil. It's not even in the same ballpark, right? Like these people are so much more annoying. They're so much more destructive. They're so much more like prevalently like obnoxious that they just become like a fucking punching bag. And goddamn, do I love it. I love seeing them be a punching bag. And I wish they would come back to the U.S., but I know they won't because last time they got shot. Yeah. So we might not have any hope of having punching bags in America. It's sad, but hey, at least we don't have any more obnoxious. Can't say it. So the next one is the JFK assassination. I think I still have to put this, even though I don't want to, even though I would love to just put this into actually happened. I spelled that right? Okay. Even though I would love to put this into just obviously happened. Obviously, I'm talking that the CIA killed JFK or worked with the CIA. If somebody worked with the CIA. Hold on, wait. Who is the murderer? This could change. This could go into the facts right now. So Was it Harvey Oswald, was it? The Harvey Oswald. This was the guy who killed JFK. Okay. The official included that acted alone. A finding supported by the, however, public skepticism has persisted, fueled by conspiracy theories and later investigations, suggesting the possibility of second gunman. Recent declassified documents have revealed that Oswald was in contact with a CIA psychological operation officer. I might have to put this in fact. In the months before the assassination, the CIA concealed this relationship with multiple congressional investigations, raising new questions about possible agency involvement of foreknowledge. That's hard, right? That's a hard one because he did have some kind of relation with CIA specifically for psychological operations, right? That's a lot of evidence to suggest that this might have been a conspiracy to murder JFK, who at the time was suggesting dismantling the FBI because they had tried to get him into starting war during the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? So he was very mad at the FBI because they fed him false information trying to get him to start war because of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And he didn't want to do that. And they basically kind of misled him with false information and tried to get in, I think may have even had some kind of there may have been like a small involvement in that, but he eventually learned that they did lie to him and he wanted to dismantle the FBI because of that. A week later he ends up being shot in the head. It might not have been a week, I can't remember how long it was, but it was a short time after, right, he was then assassinated. The acting director of the FBI, who he had named as one of the people who had lied to him and that he wanted removed, was then put on as the main investigator, or at least put on the investigation team. So we investigated ourselves and we found nothing wrong, right? Like that is the meme. It's the meme. The FBI was investigating themselves, right? I mean, right. But they had put somebody from the people who he was critical of on the investigation team for the assassination. The guy had some relation with the CIA. It's like, it's a lot of evidence. It's a lot of evidence, right? Like, so that's like it's I would say it is basically COVID-19 was made in a lab, right? Like Occam's razor, was he probably a CIA agent, right? I mean, well, he clearly, like, it's right there. Like, I don't know, it's so weird to say, but it's such a, I don't know. I want to say it is, but here's what I will do. I will put it fucking right here. It's this close. I actually think I want to go into more of like the like placement of these things. USA funds terrorists. That will probably go around here too. Green Revolution. Everything about that is factually true. Companies lied about research. What did I talk about? The BP one? I mean, that's just like factually true as well. MK Ultra, factually, I don't think there's anything at this point that is speculative about it. COVID-19 has made it allowed. I'm going to keep that where it is because it is Occam's razor. It is true. And I would say, and the government has now confirmed it is true under the Trump administration, right? Has said this was the thing that happened, and I would say a majority of people would agree that that is the most likely, right? It is like essentially the only answer because it's so unlikely that that cross contamination would happen. And why would you be buying bats? What the fuck is this wet market? NSA spying, like, I mean, that's clearly happened. Opioid crisis. Where's that one? I mean, it happened. I'll just put it up here because it kind of, I expanded on the conspiracy. That one, I wouldn't say it's speculative, but it is, how far it goes is speculative. Watergate. The interesting part about Watergate, like, I brought it up, like, Obama did that to Trump. Like, Obama did everything that Nixon did to whoever he was doing that to Trump, and nobody talked about it. Like, it's not even controversial anymore to just have this spying. So a lot of people believe that they just wanted Nixon out, and they used this as like a way to get him out, probably, and then they like tried to blackmail her and something because he just like left. He was never heard from again after that. So that's what a lot of people believe, but all that part is speculative, I would say. Let's go past this. Monster changes your DNA. Is it even a good conspiracy? Speculation line. I would probably I might even put it up here. Because one, like, it's such small amounts that, like, we might not even be talking about the same, like, yes, research in certain instances has shown that it can change DNA in, like, smaller things, in, like, animal parts or something. But we don't know for sure if the amount that's going to be used in Monster, because it is such a low amount, is going to cause that effect. And we don't even know if that transfers, right? We don't know if the same thing that affects like animal DNA will affect our DNA. We don't actually know. So I think it might even go into some of this part. It might just go into some evidence part, but we'll see. We'll see when it gets there. So this is a funny one because this next one that I'm doing is this one. Subliminal messages from ruling class. I think that's just stupid. That's just like these qualifier words that try to make this conspiracy worse than it is. I think the main crux of this conspiracy is subliminal messages in children's TV. And that probably needs to go into like just factual, like subliminal messages in kids' TV. I mean, like, when you have like people at Disney, right, talking about their not at all secret gay agenda, right? You know, shit like that. It's like when they just rewrite history, and shit like that. It's like when they're putting like Sesame Street having like drag queens and shit. I think there's some body to this conspiracy, right? I think there's some evidence that companies, children's TV and entertainment companies, are in trying to do some indoctrination on children. The extent of that is speculative, right? So I think this is the perfect category for it, because it is happening, right? Like there's the to get to the conspiracy, you do have to speculate. Okay, like how malicious is this? Is this an attempt to do it? Like, is this an attempt to indoctrinate. Like, a lot of that is speculative, right? So, but when you hear Disney employees, not just one of them, I'm going to quote just one of them because it's the most like fucking weird sounding quote. When you hear Disney employees talking about their not at all secret gay agenda and putting that into children's entertainment, that is a weird area that you are diving into, right? Like, it's hard to argue that they're not doing that when they're talking about their not at all secret gay agenda, right? It's hard to argue they're not doing that. So this next one is that pop stars are controlled. This goes along with in the original there was like Free Britney, but I kind of wanted to go into some other ones because I think there's a fucking treasure trove of. I will do Free Britney just to keep it like visually consistent with the original. This was a lot more popular at the time. If you don't know what it was, so basically, Britney Spears was not able to access any of her money. She was deemed unfit to access any of her her bank. She couldn't buy things. She had no money. She was stuck in a house, basically, unable to leave because she was she was deemed by a court to be unfit for society, and she was basically placed into temporary ownership or something by her dad. And she and her dad didn't let her access her funds. But you know, like a lot of other these conspiracies, time has passed and time has revealed certain factors. Like, Britney is a fucking crazy bitch and she's probably on a ton of drugs. And that's probably the reason why she was put under that court order to begin with. Yeah, she's insane. She's an insane person. She's very likely, freaking on insane, ungodly amounts of drugs, unknowable amounts of drugs. So I think in this particular instance, I am not sold on this conspiracy that, there is this cabal that is, controlling specifically Britney. I'll get into some other ones that I think are a lot more compelling. But I'm not sold on this particular instance because time has passed, and it was a lot more. People were a lot more like, this shouldn't be happening, right? An adult person should be able to be responsible, for their own finances, for their own living situation. It seems an unnecessary in an unconstitutional level of control over somebody. But I think time has since passed, and we are seeing she might have been fucked up. It might have been justified to say, okay, you are not legally able to, I don't, what I mean? I'm not trying to say it, but I can't. I'm getting all messed up. I can't think of the word I'm trying to say, but might have been justified, right? But a different instance that I think is maybe a lot more compelling, a little more compelling to me, and is a lot more, is weird, is the Michael Jackson one, he would write how he wrote slave on his face because he said that that Sony Music Entertainment was doing some really fucked up shit to him, and kind of not doing things that were trying to control him in ways that he didn't like. And I think just the essence of this conspiracy, regardless of the Free Britney title, I think the essence of this conspiracy is that music labels and the music industry in general have this insane control over these people. And I think part of it is like undeniably true. They have a ton of control. They are in control of a lot of what they can say. And I actually think even better example, one that doesn't come from the U.S., is a lot of these like K-pop groups. Like these K-pop groups are like way more extreme than like Sony Music, and Sony Music Entertainment was the worst one at the time. And I think like K-pop now is like they aren't allowed to date. They aren't like, they work like 20 hours a day or something. Like it's some insane shit. Like they are putting these people, like they like faint on stage because they are like so exhausted. It's like that shit is way more hardcore than anything we've ever done, and we thought we were hardcore with our music. They took it to a next level, right? And like they will have to publicly apologize for like dating someone or something. It's like fucked up what's going on with K-pop. But like, I think the essence of this conspiracy is that there is an insane level of like control, creative control, or just control over your person in the music industry that might be like bordering on unconstitutional. But these contract, like the selling your soul kind of aspect, right? It's such a, it's interesting, right? So let's get into the next one, essential oils. I don't know why this one's here. I think I had it on there because it was on the original, but so I actually talked about this one already, but so the original had like Avril Lavigne replaced. So I had body doubles on there. I just saw that. I had politicians have body doubles because I think and this is mainly talking about Hillary Clinton. That Hillary Clinton one, when she walks out in those glasses, like she walks out of her like New York apartment, and like then they spot her somewhere else that's like way farther away, right? Like that one was like, hold on. And the thing is, it's not crazy for a politician to do. Like politicians do some fucking weird shit. They don't want to be spotted somewhere. They don't want all this publicity, right? So is it out of the question that a politician hires a body double to like go distract the paparazzi and the media, especially at that time when the paparazzi was such a fucking cancer on society? I don't know why that was so hardcore, but yeah. But like, is it out of the question that they would like hire somebody that like looks vaguely similar, put them in like glasses, put them in a wig, and like have them go dance around in front of the paparazzi, bring that attention over there, right? And then in the meantime, they're out the back door or something somewhere else. Is that insane? Is that insane levels of speculation, right? I mean, there's not a wealth of information. And I think a lot of where I'm pretty sure I created this conspiracy. I might not have created it, but this is one that I put on the list. I didn't search this one out. But like the main one I'm going off of is the Hillary Clinton one. And I think there were some weird ones with Biden. Biden had some weird ones. Early 20, like, when was it? Like early 2021, 2022 Biden had some weird stuff. Like he was always in those aviators, right? And they would like block most of his face. And then he would come in. I mean, he walked. Like he had that walk the whole time. He had it 2020 to 2024. He walked that same way. He walked like a fucking geriatric zombie the entire presidency. But there was one time when he just fucking runs out on stage, doesn't say a word, just, does the politician, then leaves, right? Like it was so weird. It was so out of place. Either they pumped him full of the best drugs known to man, or they were doing some body double shit with Biden. I don't know why they would have quit doing body shit with Biden, though. So that might take away from the theory. Maybe they caught on or something, that people might have been questioning this shit. But I don't know. There's some weird stuff. I could buy it. I could buy that they do it probably on very rare occasions. This one might be true. The next one, U.S. involvement in child trafficking. This is a bad one. Trafficking. Is that how you spell it? I shouldn't consult my fucking notepad because notepad doesn't have spell correction. Trafficking. This is how you spell it, right? Yeah. Okay. U.S. involvement in child trafficking. I don't know these specific. So, I'm going to put this one in this one, even though there is, since from the time that I had written this to now, there has actually been even more development into this with the NHS, National Health, NHS, USA, National Health Services. Oh, no, that's the UK. National Health Agency? National Health Career Association. National Health Service? Is that what it? USA. NHSC, National Health Service Corp. No, it's the HHS, Department of Health and Human Services. That's the one. So RFK is working at Department of Health and Human Services now. Is it NHA? NIH? Which one did he say? RFK. I'm going to look this one up. RFK. Child Trafficking Agency. The Honorable. Your agency plays a right role in the pursuit of criminal. Okay, trafficking claims up in the office for okay. The health secretary is remarking in HHS office with the public goal of rooting out, but with the repercussions for people who sponsor on workshopping a new theory. No, this one is before, right? Or no, that's around the time when he said it, right? He had a mandate and stopped and tracked. During the Biden, HHS became a collaborator in child trafficking and for sex and for slavery. So the HHS. That is what he is claiming. We have ended that, and we are aggressively going out and trying to find or lost by the Biden. Before we displays conspiracy theory experts. What? We got those now? I thought that was just the media. Kennedy's theory is being used as an excuse for HHS to arrest and deport the often undocumented people who volunteered to take care of children who immigrated to the U.S. without their parents. Often, okay, I'm going, who is this? I need to, is this like a fucking, okay, yeah, this looks like I don't buy it. That looks so, like, just there were some words in that. What were the words that, like, tipped me off that this was, like, complete bullshit? Or at least this was, like, extremely political bias. And deport often undocumented people. One, we don't need any more excuse to deport undocumented people. I think we have as much excuse as we need. They're not here legally. Deport them. Like, we don't need this secondary order effect that he never said, by the way. He never said that, like this was an undocumented immigrant thing. He just said the HHS was partially responsible, and we have ended that, right? And we were responsible for human, like, nowhere in that was he, like, targeting undocumented immigrants, and it would be really easy for him to have, right? It would have been extremely easy for him to say that, for him to blame it on undocumented people, but they have gone to this length, right? And often is such a weasel word in this instance. Often undocumented people. Okay, but what about the ones that weren't and did it? Right? It's such a, I don't know. I don't believe that looks like political bias to me. Let's go for the Gov site. So what does this one say? So U.S. Department of Health and Human Services announced they stopped placement of unoccupied alien children in shelters operated by. This is not the same thing. Refused to end the tragedy of human trafficking. Other services of undocumented alien children who enter the country illegally. For too long, pernicious actors have exploited such children both before and after they enter the United States. Today's action system of saboteurs ending this appalling abuse of innocence. Okay, quick. Let's go to the quick facts section. Southwest Key has operated 27. No. So there is more evidence to suggest that the U.S. is involved in some form of child trafficking. There's another example. Isn't there? There's this very famous old example. So I'm trying to remember. Like I don't remember what it's called because it had a weird name. I'm pretty sure it was the name of like somebody's like last name or something. So the instance I'm talking about, maybe you'll remember it. I'm just going off memory here. So there was a case where there was a man who would like go to parks or something. He would like stay at parks for like an extended period of time. Basically, he would get children somehow. I don't know how he did it, but he would like lure children, and he had like he would have like a ton, like 3 of them at a time. And he got arrested. You know, basically asked him why he has these children with him that are clearly not his. I'm pretty sure he was like targeting like black children, like black girls. And they had found that he was like a government asset. He was like highly in the government or something. I'm pretty sure that's the story. I might be wrong on that. But like I can't remember the name of the story. I can't remember the name of that conspiracy. We'll put this one here. But like, and that's kind of all I remember about it. But I remember that was a lot of the speculation for like before this specific instance of like people theorizing that the U.S. might have some involvement in like child trafficking. That was like the one that people went to of like, that was weird, wasn't it? Like that might have some suspicious implications, right? I just can't remember anything about it. And I think if I looked for a good amount of time, let's do like the bare minimum and just like look it up on like ChatGPT or something. We'll go to Twitter because I might be out of things I can ask Perplexity. Grok. So Grok. What? There was a famous instance of a criminal like luring children. From my memory, they were black girls, and he had some connection, a famous conspiracy had some connection with a government agency. What conspiracy is this? Might this be? We'll see. It's like surrounding Jeffrey Epstein. It was not Jeffrey Epstein. Government agency conspiracy officer outcome. If you're calling, you're thinking of a less documented, perhaps tied to. No, it's not. I don't think it's QAnon. Another case like the Franklin's reference in conspiracy involves allegations of nationwide abuse ring with ties to, but it also lacks special racial targeting and concrete evidence. No, I can't remember anything else about it. It was I think it was at some point in the 90s, like 80s or 90s. I really don't know a whole lot about it, but it came to mind when I thought about it, and I don't even think I had that in like Franklin scandal, referring to this conspiracy emerged in gang trafficking centered in, that sounds right, with allegations involving no. I just feel like there was a government connection to it. Satanic rituals, blackmail. I don't know. Let's completely agree and dismissed most allegations. Was it King? Franklin scandal. It just doesn't sound familiar. Child prostitution ring allegations. Omaha, Nebraska, like kind of sounds right though. You Franklin scandal. I just thought it had like a weirder name. I just don't know if this is the right one. This probably happens so often that satanic ritual abuse at a preschool. Mark Detruck's case. And it's in Belgium. I'm pretty sure it was in the United States. No, I just don't think I'm gonna find it. Like, this is why I was thinking. Like, I know so little about it that if somebody knows anything else about it, tell me in the comments or something. I feel like I remember watching a YouTube video about it, and it was like the first time that that this was even brought to my attention that there might be some connection between like the U.S. agencies and child trafficking. That was like the first instance of it, and I think I would say that the HHS thing that significantly adds to it, and it might even put it into actually happened, but we have not been given the evidence yet. We have been told it has happened by a government agency, which some could take as fact, but we have not seen the evidence. Nobody got arrested for it, so it has to be speculation because we just don't see. Oh, this next one's gonna be controversial. I might not be able to write that because I think some of these words are banned on YouTube. Let's do a funnier one. This is a recent one even. Here's the thing. This one has to go here. This one has to go here. Right? I think I have to put that one here. Let me move that down. So if you don't know, okay, so I'll tell the whole story. So recently, one of the goofiest Republicans in Congress right now, I think she's in Congress, pretty sure, is Marjorie Taylor Greene. And she has said something that she has made a proposal to ban any type of chemical or process that tries to create weather events. And some people call her an idiot conspiracy theorist, and she often is. In this particular instance, she might not be wrong. She might be wrong if she's claiming that the flooding happened because of cloud seeding. But the idea that we use chemicals to seed clouds, to create rainfall, no, that's real. We've been doing that for 60 years with cloud seeding. We put silver iodide flown out of planes, which is actually where the chemtrail conspiracy comes from. So this one kind of has to, this one gets erased, kind of comes down here. So The thing is, with conspiracies, a lot of the time, the thing that they point to oftentimes is wrong. But it kind of opens a broader question into, but what actually is it, right? So people often point to chemtrails and they say they are these chemtrails, the lines you see in the sky after a plane flies. Those lines are chemicals that they are releasing from those planes to affect people's health. Like that, obviously the conspiracy goes into a lot of speculation of what actually happens, like most conspiracies. But like the root, the actual fact of that, the thing that they are pointing to is, provably wrong, right? Like they are not, those lines you see in the sky are most likely not caused by, are not, like, those are not the chemicals they are releasing, right? But at the same time, they are releasing chemicals to try to control the weather, right? They are doing this. They have done this. You can look up cloud seeding. This is a widely known thing, right? Technically, they kind of are chemtrails, right? It kind of is true. Just what they are pointing to might not be true, right? They look and see the planes flying in the sky. They see the lines. They say, "Oh, those must be chemicals." But I'm pretty sure it's like highly specific planes. So it's like, it kind of gets into a weird area. HARP, however, I'm not super familiar with this conspiracy. I just know it exists, and I know generally what it is suggesting. And I would say it goes around here. I would say it goes, like, here's the thing, the actual thing of it stems on a thing that actually exists. What is HARP? HARP, High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. What actually does it do? HARP is a scientific endeavor aimed at studying the properties and behaviors of the ionosphere. The ionosphere, operation of the research facility was transferred. I don't want to get into it. Collaborative opportunity. Like, what do they do? What do you do, though? What do you do? What does it actually do? Yeah. It's not mind control. It's pretty clearly. It's like. It's so dumb how people misrepresent conspiracies sometimes, because it's very clear what the conspiracy theory on this is actually saying. It's like, you don't need to go into mind control every time. It's just like, yeah, I know conspiracy theorists love talking about mind control, but it's like, this one is such a fucking defined conspiracy. It's like, you don't, like, why are you misrepresenting it? It's already stupid. So the HARP conspiracy is basically like, they are using some kind of technology to create extreme weather, right? That they are using technology, and I'm pretty sure the HARP conspiracy goes deeper than that. Is that at some point, I think it goes into like highly specific. Like, at some point during the Cuban Missile, like around the time of like the Cuban Missile Crisis, they had basically, I think that doesn't add up at all, so I might be wrong on this, but because I'm pretty sure it was Clinton who signed HARP, right? Was Clinton before JFK? No, it had to be after, right? President list. So, yes, this is Clinton, and this is JFK. So, okay, yeah, those timelines don't make sense at all. Okay, yeah, I might be wrong about like who actually or like when it was, but basically the theory suggests that at some point, the our government had created this ability to cause extreme weather, and they used it as a weapon, right? They would use it as a weapon to, like, cause harm to other countries that we were at war with. They used it as like a war, something for war, right? And basically the HARP conspiracy suggests that at some point they had started using that technology domestically to create domestic extreme weather. Like it goes as far as like, oh, hurricanes are caused by HARP, flooding is caused by HARP, tornadoes are caused by HARP, heat wave, like it keeps on going. And it's a conspiracy I don't find, it's one of those conspiracies that I'm like, it's plausible, right? The aspect of like they created some kind of weapon that can create like extreme weather, like that's extremely plausible. I would not doubt that it already exists. Like I bet it even exists in some form. Is there any known evidence of a weapon that is used I don't want to get too specific. I want it to keep it as general as possible. Is there any known evidence of a weapon used to create extreme weather, like hurricanes, tsunamis, and what was the other one? Floods and tsunamis. I'll just say and tsunamis. So those are the ones that it really focuses on. Is there any known... Okay, no credible evidence suggests the existence of a weapon capable of creating extreme weather like hurricanes or tsunamis. Theories about weather manipulation, such as HARP, often circulate in conspiracy circles, but scientific consensus holds that HARP and similar technologies are for studying the ionosphere, not controlling weather. Hurricanes and tsunamis are determined by blah, 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 blah. Some historic attempts at weather, like cloud seeding, exist to influence rainfall, but these are limited in scope and effectiveness. Nowhere near the scale of creating hurricanes or tsunamis. Claims on weather often lack verifiable sources. Exactly. So, could I believe that there is some technology that we have used to create extreme weather for our enemies? 100%. We have created nuclear bombs. You don't think we could create like fucking, I don't know, like hurricanes? Like that's because it's so complex. But it's like, if it happens in nature by just like different polarities of like, like heat waves and like cold wave, like could it be possible in like certain scenarios, right? Like it seems like it could be possible, but it's just so, there's just no evidence for it, right? And here's the thing. If it's a weapon, we're never going to get evidence for it, right? That's the thing with these conspiracies that a lot of people point to as just like evidence, entirely dismissing a conspiracy. It's like, oh, we don't know anything about what the U.S. does during war. How can you suggest that they do this crazy thing? Like, oh, like, if we had the technology to turn a stealth plane completely invisible, that you couldn't even see it with the naked eye, do you think the government would tell anybody? Like, that's the thing with some of these like military conspiracies is like, this stuff isn't released until, right, it needs to be, right? Like, we don't tell people about military operations technology until we want people to know about it, right? So it's kind of one of those weird cases where these military conspiracies can kind of exist, and we're never going to get evidence until like we find it on our enemies or something. Like, But could this technology exist? Yeah, I think it could, right? Like, what could create a tsunami? Like, I don't know. It seemed like, as someone who knows nothing about this topic, it seemed like it could be possible. But, obviously. Okay, so, this one is very popular one. Widely agreed that it did happen, but obviously no evidence for it. CIA slash crack cocaine. And I don't really know of a way to say it. Sold it, facilitated it, created it. It's hard to say like what the actual involvement was in it. And over time, I've kind of become less engaged, less convinced of it. I kind of think that they might have created it, right? I kind of think they might have allowed the selling of it, right? Or they might have allowed it, the importing of it through right? But it's I don't. It's hard to say. There's not a whole lot of evidence. It's widely agreed, but just because it's widely agreed doesn't mean it's true. There is no evidence, which is the core of what makes a conspiracy a conspiracy. And even if you want to believe it's true, or even if you believe that it's true because you think that they would do something like that, I also think that fluoride, they're putting fluoride in the water to stop you from dreaming, right? It's like, and I have just as much evidence as you. So we have to go by the evidence. We can't go by these stupid factors like social impact and shit, which is why I hate it, which is why the core reason I am making this list. CIA crack cocaine. I've kind of become less convinced of this conspiracy because it hinges on this idea that black people or the black community are not responsible for it. And I think that's just a cop-out, right? I think it's a cop-out. Like, us white people, we have to eat that our doctors are prescribing people opioids and killing them, right? But I think the black community does have to eat that. They sold that shit. They sold that shit knowingly, willingly, and they made money off of it. They didn't care about the impact. They didn't care about harming each other. They did it because they knew they could make money off of it, right? And they did, right? So even if the CIA was involved in it, it doesn't absolve the responsibility of black people knowingly selling it to each other and destroying their own communities with it, right? So if it's true that the CIA was responsible for it, it doesn't make what the black communities did to each other better. It doesn't, and I know that that's the reason why that's the reason why this is such a persistent conspiracy, is because they want to have that I'm not responsible. It's somebody else's fault, which I think, I don't know how much, kind of happens a lot, right? This black community doesn't want to take a lot of credit for how much damage they've done to their own communities, right? Like murder rates and looting and shit, and they want to point it to, well, it's the white man, right? So this is kind of it becomes kind of a pattern of behavior of blaming things on somebody else to absolve yourself of the responsibility that you did that shit, right? So it's one of those things that I've become less convinced over because, but do I think that they probably facilitated the creation of crack cocaine to potentially damage the black community? It's a possibility, but the people who did the most damage were the people who were selling it to each other, right? It's and that it doesn't absolve you of that. So you did you did the damage, right? You can say it's like, well, I didn't make it, so I'm not the. It's like, yeah, but you sold it. You sold it knowingly. You sold it knowing it would kill it. You would kill each other, right? You sold it knowing you would it would turn you into zombies, right? So, and it's still going on. It's still going on with fentanyl. They're still doing it. So it's like, is fentanyl a conspiracy? It's like, yeah, like China made it. Everybody knows they make it. Everybody knows how it's happening. They know how they get it into the country. And black people are still selling it to each other, right? And there's sometimes where they're selling it to each other maliciously because they know it'll kill each other, right? So it's one of those instances where it's like, do I kind of believe that the CIA was partially involved? I kind of do, but it's also like, I don't think you deserve to have that absolve of criminal liability for it. It's, it partially might be a little I don't know what else to say about it. Anyways, crisis actors. This might be a little bit of a controversial one. Crisis actors. So I'm probably gonna put it near the top because this is a conspiracy that I think people believe is happening potentially way more often than I believe it is. But there is evidence that it is happening, right? The speculative part of this is how often this is happening. But this is happening, right? There are crisis actors. There are actors that they hire to talk about things that they are regulars on, on appearing on the news and talking about random shit, right? Like, this is a practice that happens a lot. You could also, I actually think a better word for this would be like staged news. The news is like fake. I mean, you could say like fake news. You could say whatever, but like another aspect that has concrete evidence is that the news will set up like they'll set up like a background, like how they get like those shots where like all those people are protesting. Well, there's been videos that come out where they show what is behind the screen. They show what happens before and after those cameras stop rolling. They're paid actors, right? Some of them are paid actors. I don't know how prevalent this is, but it has happened enough where it became a conspiracy, and there is some evidence for it, right? Like there's one where like there was a CNN video where they needed to like paint this scene, and it was like a chain fence. They like tried to say that something happened there, but there was video of them setting up the fence and shit, right? Like they were intentionally staging these things to try to make it appear as though they were somewhere that they weren't. Which just, I mean, I think this would have been a lot crazier and more unbelievable conspiracy if the time since then has not proven that the media will lie about anything. FEMA coffins. This was a conspiracy a lot more prevalent at the time of writing this script, which is probably about 2 years ago. This was during I'll put it like higher up. No, like here's the thing, like this is one of those instances where like I'm pretty sure this one was true. I think it might not be true. It could have just been someone else, but basically the instance is this was the North Carolina, one of the Carolinas. It was during that hurricane that wiped out a bunch of those people, and FEMA at the time, which one was it? It wasn't FEMA, was it? I think it was FEMA. It had come out that they had since come out that they would not go to a certain house if it had a Trump sign in front of it, right? So the idea that FEMA is a extremely corrupt and has some suspicious activity. There definitely leads some credence to that. But the FEMA coffins thing, it was basically like the explanation for it was funny because it was just like it was kind of one of those instances where it's like, yeah, it happens, but it wasn't what you think, right? It was kind of one of those where it's like, yeah, I think they were coffins, right? I might be lying. Has there ever been a case of FEMA bringing mass amounts of coffins to a specific area? Verified evidence of FEMA bringing mass amounts of coffins to a specific, including disaster response related to conspiracies, claims about stockpiling coffins, particularly in connection to events like Hurricanes Helene. That was the one. Often stem from conspiracies. These two that you pointed to images of black plastic containers. Yeah. Which are actually burial vaults or grave liners. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm fucking saying, dude. It's like, no, it's not happening. It's like, yeah, kind. They're not coffins. They're burial vaults. That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, no, dude, you're such a fucking conspiracy theorist. You're so wrong. They're not coffins. They're burial vaults. You fucking idiot. It's like, I just like the vitriol of these conspiracy claims are like, it's like grave liners. Okay, one, I've never heard what these things are. Are these not coffins? Are these not things you put bodies in to dispose of the dead? Is a container formerly made of wood, but more often today made of metal, that enclose a coffin to help prevent a grave from sinking. They're for burying bodies, okay? Okay, yes, you're right. They might not be coffins, but they're what the fucking coffins go into. I'm taking crazy pills, dude. It's so fucking annoying. How disingenuous, conspiracy, oh no, that conspiracy's wrong. It's so like, I don't know. I find it so disingenuous sometimes. It's like, no, those aren't coffins. They're just what the coffins go into. You're so wrong. This is misinformation and conspiracy theories. It's like, it's barely misinformation, dude. And I was right about that. It was like, yeah, it's happening, but it's not what you think. That's so fucking annoying, dude. Deep state. This is just such a boring conspiracy. Is the deep state real? Yeah. It's like, that's... it should go in here. Yes, there is a cabal in the government. And it's likely the FBI that is secretly controlling every president. And every president is afraid of stepping on their toes. Is that happening? Yes. Do we need a formal conspiracy for that? Has it happened in every instance? Yes. I'm pretty sure there's an example. I think is it Lyndon B. Johnson or something? There is a president, I can't remember which specific one. It could have been Nixon or something. But he basically knew that, this is after Watergate. They knew what they had done to him after Watergate. And this was after the JFK assassination. Is that Nixon, right? Was that after, or was that Lyndon B. Johnson? President's list. It was after the JFK assassination. So, JFK, Lyndon B. Johnson. So it's exactly what I said. That's crazy. So there was an instance there was a recorded phone call of Lyndon B. Johnson because he did that. He recorded all of his phone calls. And they had released the phone calls or whatever. And basically, it was like a situation where it was described as like an extremely uncomfortable silence between them, because he was asking about the JFK assassination because Lyndon B. Johnson was skeptical of what the FBI was telling him, and the FBI didn't tell them anything, right? So is there a deep state? Yes, and it's the FBI. 9/11. This one originally was here. in jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams, which is, if you are conspiracy pilled, you know what that means. It's that the common defense of the towers falling, or the widely agreed the narrative explanation for why the World Trade Center, or the Twin Towers, for why, I think this is the same thing, for why they fell in this specific way that appears to be a controlled demolition that looks exactly like how a controlled demolition looks. The narrative is that the jet fuel melted the steel beams all the way down and even crossed so that at the same time, all at the exact same time, each layer, one by one, would collapse, creating this effect that looks identical to a controlled demolition. And the consensus is that, or the narrative is that, the jet fuel was the reason why these steel beams just melted, which it makes very little sense once you start to critically think about that. But if you lack critical thinking, you might not think about how that jet fuel got all the way down to the bottom and even crossed on each layer so that it collapsed all at the same time. You might not think about that. But the jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. The thing is, people say, oh, jet fuel doesn't melt steel beams. It doesn't really matter. Even if it did, the jet fuel wouldn't get all the way to the bottom of the steel. It wouldn't get inside the steel beams, melt them on each side, even when it was far away. How far is jet fuel going? I don't know. Is it just it doesn't make sense, but there is not enough evidence to suggest anything. To suggest that it was an inside job. You could, but definitely suspicious. But there's speculation enough to say that something weird happened for sure. There's a conspiracy there. And you get into other territories, like the top of the building. I'm going off memory, so I don't know super specific stuff. But the building that it was there was a part of the building that was on top, and it collapsed inside of itself at one before the second plane hit, which is when it actually collapsed. So this building at the top, which I think housed very critical information, imploded in on itself, and there was no explicable reason why. Then you also have to get into Tower 7, which was a tower far away from, or significant distance away from the World Trade Center, that inexplicably fell, even though nothing hit it. It collapsed and it was destroyed. So just a lot of a lot of weird coincidence, a lot of unexplainable things that make no sense. The narrative just completely falls apart. It makes absolutely no sense. And that's the thing you have to remember about conspiracies, is that often the tell of a conspiracy is the narrative being told about it and making no sense. You think about the magic bullet theory, what the fuck, right? The JFK assassination is a weird one, dude. There's so much things that not explained. There's so much stuff that's weird about it. How did it go through his head, his arm, his leg, and then it's and then not be damaged or whatever? It's these things, they just don't make a ton of sense. And I think 9/11 is the epitome of conspiracy theories and narratives that just make no fucking sense. This is one, it might not go So this is cave paintings of dinosaur cave paintings. This is one of those things where it's kind of not a formal conspiracy. It's kind of like, just like, well, that's weird, isn't it? Yeah, there are recorded cave paintings of what appear in significant detail to be dinosaurs, fueling a conspiracy that at one point humans lived at the same time as dinosaurs, which would be impossible with the current explanation of dinosaurs, the forming of the universe, when dinosaurs lived, things like that. But it's definitely weird. It's definitely weird. I mean, and obviously this could be like, here's the thing. What we're talking about looks like a modern dinosaur, right? What we think is a modern dinosaur is probably not what dinosaurs looked like, right? And like, could they be a different animal? Yeah, that's the more likely answer, is that it's just a different animal. But it probably doesn't deserve to be in this tier. This one is one I don't like to discuss a lot of like the celebrity conspiracies, just because I find them all to be pretty boring. Because a lot of the time they're the same shit. They're just the same recycled shit over and over, and I am just not interested in those conspiracies at all, because they're just the same conspiracy over and over for every celebrity. But the ones that are the most compelling, and the ones that I have here, are Princess Diana, who UK princess, was in a car crash, and people believe her brakes were cut, right? I'm not super I don't know a ton about this one. So was it true that Princess Diana's brake line was cut? It went into the water, right? So they might not have been able to test that. There is no credible evidence that Princess Diana's brake lines were cut. The official investigation concluded that the line that killed Diana was caused by Paul's intoxication, level 3 times the French legal limit, and excessive speeding while being pursued by paparazzi. The brake system was thoroughly examined by French investigators and later by independent experts, including those from blah 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 blah. No signs of tampering, such as brake lines, were found. The car's black box and mechanical inspections confirmed the brakes were functional, though the vehicle was damaged from high-speed collision. Claims of sabotage, including brake line, emerged from conspiracy theories, often fueled by Mohammed Al-Fayed's assertion of a plot by the British establishment. Yeah, so to me that would relegate this to be a I would not even assume that as a conspiracy, the driver was extremely drunk speeding, and they did multiple investigations and found that the brake lines weren't cut. It's to me that would be conclusive of yeah, that's probably, yeah, you probably shouldn't drink and drive. Is Occam's razor? Yeah, she probably just died from the car crash. It probably wasn't a conspiracy to kill whoever this person was. Kurt Cobain is probably the more the one that actually compels this to be in the place where it is, because it's just so weird. Like he does heroin. He does like what he does like a lethal amount of heroin, right? Just insanely high. So he has the shotgun, and it's believed that he like shoots it with his like toe or something. Like it's like the physics of like him pulling it like wouldn't make sense or something from the angle that the he was hit in. So I don't know. Like, and obviously the conspiracy is that his wife at the time murdered him, and like when he was when he was on heroin, and that she killed him. And then a private investigator investigated it, found no evidence, but he later said, I think she did it. Right. Just a weird case. A lot of people have gone into like how could this have happened? It's just one of those weird speculative things that you could never really know, because it's like, did he, he was like zoning, he was like, what do they call it when you're like high on heroin? Like zoned out, clout, I can't remember. He was like, he was high and he accidentally pulled the trigger. Like, that would be the Occam's razor, right? However, I don't know how heroin works. And people who have talked about it have said like every part of your body relaxes. To shoot a shotgun, there's a certain amount of tension that's needed to pull down. And this person who, kind of investigated it said like, he wouldn't have, his body would have relaxed so much from the lethal amount of heroin that he couldn't have, it would have been very unlikely for him to have been able to pull the trigger. But I don't know. It's speculative. There's no evidence. It's hard to say, but. And then I had another one that was Marilyn Monroe. I don't even know that one, dude. I don't even fucking know that one. So, I actually think this one is pretty good. I think you could simplify this to like being just cryptids, because cryptids kind of covers like this entire area over here. They're all cryptids. I actually have something I want to talk about with cryptids. I have an interesting anecdote I can add about the into the cryptids conversation, which I think is what I would describe as the most unexplainable cryptid. And one of the only ones that has photograph evidence. We'll get into that after the break. I'm not taking a break. It's just a little YouTube joke there. Just a little YouTube joke. So that is the some evidence tier. Let's get into the little evidence, little to no research tier. Dude, I've been going for fucking 3 hours on this. Holy shit. This is gonna be a fucking bitch to edit. There's so much fucking context needed. So this one is going to get into some hardcore political shit, and it's like I'm looking for one that's not going to be controversial. Shit. Dude, there's some that have happened so long ago that I might not even remember what they are. What is? Dude, there's some ones that were. Oh, here's one that I wrote. Okay, so first off, let's create the chart. Okay. So let's grab these colors. Grab this one here. This one there. Grab the gradient here. Other way. There. That's pretty good. I need to straighten it out though. That one's good. That's a good one. Kind of, I don't see it, but you kind of don't need to see it to know for it to just look good, because it's kind of how it was made anyways. Okay. Fuck, I did it again where I do it on the same layer. So this will be, okay, we need to group these text layers. You're going here. Oh, I already did it. You're going here. This is blue. And this is pink block. And we're going in, and that will create the group later. Okay, so let's start with UFOs. UFOs, aliens. Kind of in another weird place. Let's do UFOs. Let's just keep it simple. We're kind of in a weird place now because there is some evidence of UFOs. Like there was recently a guy who worked in I don't know where he worked. He had a high like classification level. Worked in like military. And he was a UFO whistleblower, saying that we have had alien contact. We know of their presence. They know of our presence. That they potentially they arrived and started contact because of our investigations into nuclear energy. So like there's depth to this theory, right? To what he is suggesting. However, he just says there is no evidence. There's just no provable evidence. Every evidence that has been given is extremely questionable. Most of it is fake or hoaxes, right? So it's one of those weird instances where we have a military whistleblower sitting in like, I don't even know, what is that called? They're like sitting in front of Congress, like saying we have a UFO program, right? But just no evidence has been released to show that it is actually happening. Which, again, is the nature of conspiracies. So, Federal Reserve. What is the conspiracy of this one? So I just put Federal Reserve corruption. And I kind of don't like, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I'm not like tuned into like a lot of the like, oh, so the Federal Reserve, so it's like, there's this, I mean, it's a thing that actually happens. They like trade money between each other like at night, and they are like responsible for like the, I don't know. It's I don't actually know that conspiracy. I had it on here. It's in the little to no evidence tier. It's probably a great conspiracy, but I don't know about it. And I don't feel like looking it up. Political arson. And then I had Antifa as the note. I mean, USAID. I don't know. Do I think like Antifa is like a, like what do I think Antifa is? It's hard to say, right? Like, do I think there is some collaboration between Do I think the CIA, or do I think a government agency is letting Antifa do obviously illegal things, threatening people with guns and weapons, and like getting away with a lot more than they should, and a lot more than the average person should, and way more than a Republican who would be like doing the same thing could, like 100%. But like, it's obviously there's no evidence, and I don't know to what gain, to what extent is. Yeah, it's why it's in this tier. It's just like, I don't know, but like when you get into like, there's been a recent uptick in political arson, which is interesting because I had political arson there just with the Antifa, right? And since then, there's been tons of political arson around the world, right? Against Tesla, against Trump, against like everything, against the Jews. Like they want to light everything on fire for any reason. The firebombing of people's houses, firebombing of people's cars, so political arson is interesting because it's like, yeah, that has become a widely used tactic of the extremist liberal like part of their party, is political arson as this like threat of this we are going to use the fear of arson as a means of political coercion, right? In that aspect, kind of true, right? But to what extent, it's hard to say. I think I've talked myself into including it because I think since like the time since I've written this to now, it has become an even more prevalent problem. And something directly related to a political party, right? Like there is a political movement and justification, rationalization, and acceptance of a certain kind of political extremism with arson. And it's completely backfired of them because the left they are already Ouroborosing themselves and firebombing each other, which I don't know. If you are rationalizing arson against anybody and that happens to you, you deserve it. If you are saying, well, I don't agree, but I understand why they're doing it, and then you get firebombed, that's karma. That is karmic justice on you. You should not be rationalizing fucking violence on anybody. And when you do, and then it happens to you, do you think I'm going to feel bad about it? I put FBI investigations or assassinations. I put Scalia. I don't even know about that one. It might be a really great conspiracy, but this list is getting long. Yeah, I can't see anything of it. I won't include it for now. I had Green New Deal on here. Oh, this is an interesting one. Government or FBI psychics. Dude, this is a fascinating one. Fascinating one. They have a name, but I don't remember the name. There is a part of the FBI that uses psychics. And this is confirmed. So it should probably go into the real. I'm pretty sure this is real. I'm pretty sure it's been confirmed. I don't know how. I heard it somewhere, so it has to be true. I heard it on the internet, so it's true. But from what I've heard, there was at one point an FBI group, and they were psychics, and they would basically just ask them questions, and they could tell every detail of somewhere they've never been before to like pinpoint accuracy. And that is fascinating. I've heard a couple stories about it. There's a name for them, but I don't remember it. I don't know why it's in this tier because I'm pretty sure it happens. I'm pretty sure at one point that did happen. So this is one that I created, or I at least wrote, and it's one that it's pretty interesting to me, that modern shoes are bad for your feet. So the theory goes that modern shoes are designed in a way that they are actually like hurting your feet, especially in like the long term. So like aspects of it are like how squished they are in their, like in the effect that it's having is that it's shrinking your feet. Another aspect is the bridges of your feet. Like I'm pretty sure certain data has shown that over like the kinds of shoes you wear affect the bridges of your feet, and it like weakens them. Like the padding has actually has made our feet weaker, and they are not designed in a way that is like ergonomical to our feet and like promotes like long-term health. And I think the theory suggests this is the reason why people like have such health problems, especially like people that can't be barefoot, right? Like that their feet have been damaged so much by like modern shoes that, like spinal problems, and like feet problems, that they have gotten worse because of the way that modern shoes are invented. And there's like I'm not like a shoe expert, but there's a lot of shoe people. There's shoe experts, feet experts that suggest that this is real, and there are certain ergonomical shoes that have since come out that have said that they promote they are more natural on your feet and like have the things that your feet, like parts of your feet that are like crucial, that these shoes protect them. It's an interesting theory. I don't know how true it is. And here's the thing. This is going to become common. This is the little evidence, little to no research category, because the U.S. would never fund, or probably no one would fund research that would bankrupt so many companies, right? So like nobody would want to have a study that would do so much damage to so many businesses, right? Nobody would want to do that. And this is what I'm talking. This kind of goes into the companies lying about research, or there not being research available, governments not wanting to fund research because they might have lobbyists against them, right? That this would severely impact their financial standing, right? So this tier is the little evidence, little to no research, because moving forward now, there is an aspect of these that this would do so much harm to business that nobody wants to be the bearer of this. Nobody wants to be responsible for destroying an industry, right? So that will be an aspect going forward in this, is that this could do so much damage to an industry that they don't even want to get involved in it, dude. Like, what do you think would happen to a researcher if they were like, Nike's entire business, it's damaging. Dude, I think they would send fucking Nike hit squads after you, right? Like, you would not, like, I don't think you would live, right? Maybe I'm even in danger for just talking about it. So the next one is COVID was a bioweapon, and I'm hesitant to do it because I'd have to get into certain aspects, like two groups of people had extreme resistance to the effects of COVID. One of those people were and this is documented. This is 100% documented. There were two groups of people that were significantly more resistant and had significantly less death rates by percentage than every other group by percentage, right? So, and those two people were the Chinese had almost like a 50% less death rate everywhere around the world than like Chinese like ancestry, right? Like Chinese as a race. And the other one were the usual suspects. That's how I would. The usual conspiracy subjects were the next one. Were the other race of, maybe not race. Maybe that's not a good way to describe it. Maybe it's an ethnicity, or maybe not an ethnicity. Maybe it's just a culture. It was the Jews. Yeah, those two people were extremely resistant to the effects of COVID. Unexplainably. So there is evidence, that is the evidence that has been used to say that COVID might be a bioweapon. It was racially targeting specific people. And when you look at how many Native Americans died, the rate is much higher than everybody else. It's like significantly higher than everybody else. And it's like, why is that the case, right? Like, normal distribution would suggest that people would die at the same rate, because it affected older people. It affected based on your health. Why would less Asian people die, and why would more Native American people die? Like, normal distribution suggests that shouldn't make sense if this wasn't racially, if there wasn't a biological aspect to it, which we know is a thing too. There is evidence to suggest that we do use some kind of bioengineering for weapons, and we know that they've been planning that this could happen, because every bioweapon that is created that targets, every disease. I mean, this kind of goes into a different, every bioweapon that is created, at the same time a vaccine needs to be created, because if you don't, you are breaking the Geneva Conventions, which makes COVID worse. Because if they knew they were testing a disease and they didn't make a vaccine for it, which is breaking the Geneva Convention created by the UN, why didn't the UN punish them for not? And this is why I believe that they have to obfuscate so much where it came from. Because if they admit that they were creating a disease, an extremely deadly disease, and they admit that they weren't creating a vaccine with it, then they committed a war crime. They broke the Geneva Convention, which would put even more liability onto them. This is why many people believe that everyone involved should be in prison or the gallows. Cultural Marxism. This one was extremely high up on here. Where was it? It was. I know it was up here. White genocide, a cultural Marxism. Here it is. I don't understand why it was up so high. I have no clue why it was up so high. Because it's just an idea. It's an idea that has history. Marxism. So cultural Marxism, the standard definition of cultural Marxism is basically it is the idea that I don't know, it's kind of just the idea that self-hatred, right? That hatred of your culture, of thinking that everything in your past is sort of evil and needs to be atoned for. I'll look up the actual definition for it, because I might have a extremely biased definition. Cultural Marxism refers to a conspiracy. No, it's not. It's not a conspiracy. It is just a term. You can't have an idea be a conspiracy theory. Like an idea, just a political idea be a conspiracy theory. Used disparagingly, chiefly among right-wing commentators, a political agenda advocating radical social reforms had to be promoted within Western culture institutions by liberal or left-wing ideologies intent on eroding traditional social values and imposing a dogmatic form of progressivism on society. I would argue this is not a conspiracy. This is going on. I mean, when you're talking, like, at the core of eroding social values is transgenderism, right? Like, you are fundamentally eroding traditional social values when you are saying that a man can become a woman, and you have to treat them as such. You have to treat someone who is biologically not that as something and give them all the privileges and advantages of that comes with that to someone because of their identity. That is the core, like that is fundamentally eroding traditional social values and imposing a dogmatic form of progressivism on society. I would say that COVID was you could say a form of that, and I think it hasn't left since like a year ago. Like there was still a dogmatic form of progressivism on society until like a year ago. Later, also more generally, a perceived left-wing bias in social or cultural institutions. Isn't that just true? Like, isn't there just like there's like, how many left-wing or how many right-wing professors are there in the country? Okay, generally, how many generally speaking, how many right-wing or conservative professors are in the U.S., are working in the U.S.? Comparatively, how many liberal, Democrat, or Democrat professors are there working in the U.S.? It might not be able to give it to me because it's just like the majority of professors in the United States identify as liberal or left-leaning, with conservatives making up a much smaller proportion of the faculty. Estimates in survey provide the liberal or Democrat professors. Multiple large-scale surveys indicate that about 50 to 60% of professors identify as liberal or far left. Like, this is far left. For example, the Higher Education Research Institute found in 2016 or 2017 that 60% of faculty identified as far left or liberal, while only 12 identified as conservative. 12 conservative or far right. They're using a lot of words that could obfuscate what is actually real. More recent faculty surveys at elite institutions like Harvard show even starker contrast, with over 77 identifying as liberal or very liberal, and less than 3% as identifying as conservative or very conservative. That's crazy. That's even crazier than I thought. So this idea that a perceived left-wing bias in social or cultural institutions as doctrinaire or pernicious, I'm guessing these mean, a lot, or having a harmful effect, especially in a gradual or subtle way. I would argue that has happened when you have institutions like Harvard saying death to all Jews isn't like racist. Like, I would say that has had a negative impact, or even more so on their reputation. So this idea that it is a complete conspiracy, that there is this over representation of left-wing bias in social and cultural institutions. It's just true. There is 77% of Ivy League schools like Harvard would be described as liberal or very liberal, right? 77% at Harvard. So, like, this idea, and here's the thing: what comes along with far left or very liberal ideology? Racism is the root of everything in the country, right? That's what comes from it. Like the what is it? The whiteness, like the elimination of whiteness, right? White male privilege, right? Like, even if you think that's true, even these people who go and perform these seminars have said this has had a terrible effect on institutions. Like, this does very little positive for the world. Like, even the people who do these seminars have said these, like, eliminate whiteness seminars are terrible. They don't work. They make everybody walk on eggshells, and they create more racism, right? So, like, this idea that cultural Marxism exists, like, you don't need this formal conspiracy to see what is happening. Like, there is obviously a far left bias in institutions, specifically colleges and universities, and that has a astounding effect on the workforce, right? Like, you now have the workforce that is adopting some of these far left liberal ideologies from colleges, like that are self-flagrating, or what is it, like when you like are just whipping yourself, like flagellation. I can't remember the word, but like it's not flagellation. I think that's farts. But anyways, like I just don't see how this is such a conspiracy, and this is what I'm talking about. With like, they label these things as conspiracies, but it's like the conspiracy is only like one step removed, right? It's like the separation from this being real and this being a conspiracy theory is like just somebody saying, "Oh yeah, that's happening," right? It's like you just look at the evidence, right? Like, critically look at these things. Look at the statistics. There's clearly a far left bias in institutions. There's clearly a cultural self-hatred that has spewed up in specifically the past 5 years, where people hate being white. People like they are self-hating white people has become the new term to describe a part of this liberal ideology, right? They hate themselves. They hate themselves for being white because they have been convinced by these institutions that being white is the problem, right? That you are part of the oppressor class. This is all Marxism, right? Like, this is all Marxism. This is straight up Marxism. So this idea that cultural Marxism is this wild conspiracy put up in the anti-Semitic point of no return. What was the tagline for this? Like, the tagline was insane. Like, it's insane. World ruled by supreme shadow elites. Once you believe one, you usually believe most. Get help, right? And you see the smug elitism coming through this, of something that is happening, right? That is clearly happening, that you just don't want to admit, that you obfuscate the definition of what cultural Marxism is to obfuscate the idea that it is happening, and then saying you are like a danger to yourself, that you need to get help for believing that this thing exists. I just don't understand where it's coming from. This is why I wanted to remake this list so bad, because it's so. It has that. It unironically has that tone, that smug elitism, that people think they are these liberal people, they believe that they believe in the true reality, and everyone else specifically Republicans are living in this fake alternate reality. But the thing is, this has shattered because a lot of these echo chambers that might have been entirely controlled are falling apart, and a lot of these narratives are falling apart. And I think people are gaining critical thinking skills at an extreme rate, and I think Twitter has undeniably had a huge impact on that. But anyways, let's get to the next one. I've talked about that one too long. Peak oil. I don't even know what peak oil is. What the fuck is peak oil? Peak oil is the point when global oil production reaches its maximum rate, after which it will begin to decline irreversibly. The main concern is that global transportation relies heavily on gasoline and diesel. Adoption of electric vehicles, biofuels, and more efficient transport. Okay, so just the idea that we will run out of gas. I don't know why. I mean, that just there's like ideas that like maybe oil isn't. There's like a kind of conspiracy or a thought that like maybe oil isn't limited, right? I don't know where it comes from. It kind of just might be one of those like, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I know the forbidden knowledge kind of thing. But like when you look at like fracking and stuff, and I think people are kind of misinformed about the dangers of fracking, because from what I have heard, and this was a long time ago, so I might be wrong now, but from what I've heard, fracking does not cause earthquakes under normal circumstances. The reason it causes earthquakes is by human error. That is what I've heard, that like fracking is actually extremely normal. It's extremely beneficial, and if you do it right, it's not going to cause earthquakes. I mean, the idea that it could cause earthquakes, so if it's like that's kind of scary. But if like we were talking about oil, it's like, what's the difference, right? Like what's the difference between like these giant machines that dig down? What's the difference to just digging sideways? Because I'm pretty sure that's what it is. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not too into that conspiracy. I don't even know if it's a conspiracy. It just seems like, fossil fuels. What do they call, like the fuels that are limited might run out. And it's like, yeah, no shit. But also like it I don't know. There is like a widely believed idea that fossil fuels might not be it might not, I don't know. I don't know how it goes, but they might not be as limited as we think they are. Is basically the idea. The next one I have was this one is going to be controversial too. Jan 6 was I don't know how I want to describe this one. You could go for here's the thing. Well, I'm in the conspiracy idea, so I don't have to be factual. You could go for the factual route or the more factual route and say January 6th was entrapment, right? They opened those doors, and they opened the doors. They opened the doors and they allowed people to get in. You see here, he's trying to open the door. They're locked because they are magnetically locked. He looks up, looks at somebody, points to the door, looks at somebody, most likely towards the camera, points to the door. There's somebody already inside, doesn't seem worried about him. Huh. Man, that's weird. Okay, he opens the door, lets somebody specific in. Who's that? Guy in a suit comes here. He's trying to pull him off. What's going on? Now he's pushing him away. Okay, that seems about right. That seems about exactly what you expected. And then this guy's clearly a Secret Service. This guy's pushing Secret Service away. That's crazy. That's bold. Trump supporters with flags touching him, touching Secret Service, you know, kind of looking like, hey, calm down, buddy, right? Okay, let's see what happens next. Then, yeah. And then Secret Service walks away. Man, that's weird. Man, if they didn't want to get in, that's really weird. They're trying to block them off, trying to get somebody specific in. Man, they're really comfortable with these guys. And they're so fucking comfortable with them. That's so fucking weird, isn't it? And just more people come in, more people come in. More people who are already inside holding Trump flags. They get in. Trying to calm him down. Dude, it's just a weird video. So, what you could say about it was it was entrapment. A federal agent basically, you know, opened the doors, you know, let them inside, right? Under this, you know, didn't try to push them away, you know, afterwards. Like you tried to push them away at first to get that cop inside, right? But then afterward, like once you got the cop inside, close the door, go to a different door if there's a different cop, right? It just seems weird to keep letting people in, right? And then eventually charge them with entering the Capitol, right? Like the people who like were assaulting, stole stuff, you know, got into places they didn't belong, sure. But a lot of these people were charged for just entering, right? When it's very clear from that video and others that they were let inside, right? So the if I was trying to be factual, what I would say is that it was entrapment, right? But I don't need to be I don't need to actually be that factual. What I can say is that it was I might say it was entrapment. And I think that's the most valid way you can look at it, right? Because just how it just looks weird. It just looks weird. It's unexplainable. It is unexplainable, and the important factor, the narrative makes no sense. The narrative following that, before they tried to cover it up, they did not want to have that argument. They did not want to have the argument of, but you let them inside, and then charged them with a crime for coming inside. They didn't want to have that argument. They tried to hide it. No news organizations played that video. I found that video on Twitter, and I don't see it a lot since, so that's why I saved it. So what you like you could make a very good argument that it was entrapment, right? And I would even say that that's would probably go in like the blue area. A false flag. Enough. Had CIA involvement. Had government involvement. What is it called when they like? So what I actually believe is that, and like Democrats, they do this really annoying thing, especially like Destiny. I always heard Destiny using this argument, and I found it so disingenuous, because people would be like, yeah, there were federal agents in the crowd, and he was like, oh, so they're all federal agents. It's like, no, they're not all federal agents. There's clearly some regular citizens there, but just because there was federal agents doesn't mean they're all. It's like, it's such an extremely disingenuous argument, and it's just when I started to hate the guy, because I think he's just so cringe and annoying, and I hate that kind of argument. I hate the oh this happened, so that means that, you know, it's like it's got to be all or nothing. It's like, no, that's not how reality works. Like certain things can be true and people will exaggerate those things to, you know, make a point, right? It's like that doesn't mean that we have to go 100 or 0. Like it's either all federal agents or it's nothing. And like, no, there can be some federal agents. Like, and it's clear, and it happens. And the most annoying part, and the part that I find it so annoying for Destiny specifically, is that we know this shit happens. We know that government agencies in like purposefully like get into circles with like extremist groups, get them to commit crimes, and then put them in jail. We know that this happens. Why is it so crazy that this happened with January 6th, which was then used as like the main point for him to not be elected? They went on him as like a, you know, this was a, you know, what was it? A coup. It's like they did everything they could after. They used this as the main evidence for why Trump was Hitler, right? So it's like there's so much opportunity, right? There's so much opportunity. It's like you have the motive right there. They clearly did it. Like if you were conspiracy minded, like you could naturally, what is the motive? They did it because they wanted to basically skew Donald Trump as this like extremist who caused this insurrection when there might have been significant government involvement in it. I think that's fairly. I don't know. I think that's not unreasonable. So Pizzagate was another one that got placed unreasonably high, but it's only unreasonable because of just where we are now, right? So the Pizzagate conspiracy is basically that Hollywood, there's a giant child sex trafficking. There's like tons of child sex trafficking, and celebrities have sex with children. And at the time, right? At the time, maybe that wasn't that was a wild, crazy conspiracy, right? It's like every single, or like so many of these celebrities doing something so terrible and reprehensible, right? It's this. It seems crazy. It would seem crazy back then, right? Before we know what we know, right? But Epstein happened, right? R. Kelly, or it wasn't R. Kelly. Who was that guy? Freaking P. Diddy happened, right? We know that celebrities are fucking freaks, right? So at the time, yeah, that might have been a crazy conspiracy. But since then, a lot of stuff has come out that has, you know, made it more likely and that this is a real thing that has happened. Not a lot of evidence has come out, but I think the popular opinion now would be, yes, some form of this has happened, where I think the popular opinion now would be that, no, this is some crazy conspiracy and it lacks all validity. I also don't understand why people think this was such a crazy conspiracy even at the time, because we know that there was some kind of we know that there was a significant thing about this. So it's like, okay, so there's like a graph. This was basically said by the CIA. They released this. The FBI released this information, and they released this. They released these logos. They knew this was happening. They knew that there were code words for pizza, for girl, hot dog, for boy. And we know that this goes deeper. We know why they use pizza. We know it's not just pizza as a random phrase. We know why. Because they use cheese pizza to say or I can't say that. I don't think I can say that. Yeah, I mean, well, they say it right here. So cheese, pizza, CP, right? It's really obvious. It's really obvious what they're doing, right? And like, And like that has become popularized now. Like people on the internet kind of know these things now because of just everything that has come out. Ice cream sauce map, and we know what map is too. We know that map is minor attracted pedophile. So the weird and crazy part is a lot of this thing, a lot of stuff that they have known forever was released by the government a long time ago, right? We know that this stuff, these logos were here, and we know that people like the person who ran Comet Pizza was using logos like that. So it's said as this crazy conspiracy theory that's lacking all evidence and merit, but it's like, it's not. It really isn't. Like, is it wild? Like, in the personal account of John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, was hacked. Abundance of conspiracy theory, false claim the emails contained coded messages. He was arrested, wasn't he? Or like he was. What happened to him? I know something insane happened to him that was like directly linked him to it, but they like nobody wants to. Started to publish thousands of emails reportedly retrieved from containing controversial material regarding position of Ukraine, including to like confirm or deny the authenticity of emails. Experts investigating the leak, including a private security firm called SecureWare, claimed that Russian hacking group gained access to Podesta's account through phishing. Podesta said that intelligence. What did they say? What were in the emails? Wikipedia. I know you don't want to talk about it. I don't want to do the logos. We know about the logos. But basically, from what I remember, John Podesta owned a lot of like media companies, right? I wish I knew more about this one because this one's so interesting. Because there's parts of it that I'm like, okay, what's the conspiracy, right? Like, there's parts of it that I'm like, okay, yeah, where's the conspiracy? The initial controversy came from WikiLeaks. Had a bunch of emails referring to pizza, and there was mention of a specific pizza restaurant called Comet Ping Pong, whatever crazy ass arcane code that used some coming up with the idea. Pizza was a some came up. Everyone knows that. Everyone knows it now. It's like, where's the conspiracy, dude? We know that they use those terms. I think this also brings in reference to the Frazzle views as being a mastermind. Okay, this seems like some modern Reddit shit. I don't trust any of you. I don't trust any of you. They're all mainstream media links. It's like, we're not getting anywhere with this. They're in every single one of them. It completely debunked conspiracy that there was involvement that Hillary Clinton, huh? It's like, isn't there a pattern of behavior of Clintons and child sex trafficking? Isn't it? Huh? What a weird what a weird coincidence that happens multiple times. It's a pattern of behavior. Pizzagate. I mean, basically, you could substitute Pizzagate for Epstein, like the Epstein conspiracies, right? And we still have gotten nowhere. I mean, I think there's more validity to Pizzagate because I'm pretty sure John Podesta. What was the thing with John Podesta? I have to know. John DDG. John Podesta. I might have to go to. What was it? 10 facts about Pizzagate? I want to know some facts. How Pizzagate went from fake news to a real problem for. No, I don't think that's gonna be. I don't trust PolitiFact either. He ran a media organization. I can't remember which one. What is BB saying? Conspiracy theories thread. Oh, it's just a conspiracy. There's no child rape going on in Hollywood. It never happened. It's not even a thing. It's never happened before. Would never happen. No. alleging that child sex trafficking was operated out of the pizzeria. This theory is based on Mr. David claim that is fundamentally flawed. This is, I don't like any of those like factor conspiracy websites because like don't we know like USAID is like funding most of them? They're at least funding like PolitiFact, or they were. It's like let's actually look up pizzagate.wiki. Dude, I think this guy probably knows everything. Let me find Podesta. Okay. Investigate count. Okay, these days, yes, is a joint investigation between citizens. This is just facts about. Okay, I think it was Wiener, wasn't it? Over 51 countries affected by the same or that are subverting human rights. Former Congressman Anthony Weiner, at the very least, texted graphic sexual messages to 3 women, is now on trial for doing so with a 15-year-old girl. Yes, okay. Shortly after Weiner's laptop was seized, the largest pedophile raid in the U.S. was conducted. Former Speaker of the U.S. admitted serial child molester who has now been convicted. Okay, it's not... Okay, here, former campaign chairman of... brother of Tony Podesta and co-founder of Podesta Group, which I'm pretty sure is like a media group that owns like a ton of different media, right? And like one of the media that he owned was saying that the story was fake. Okay, possibly resembles a suspect in a police sketch, organized fundraising events, owns suggestive art pieces. Brother possibly resembles a suspect, collects infamous provocative art pieces and art that portrays children in weird situations. Exceptionally powerful lobbyist, personally close to John L. Fuentes. They have a tradition of celebrity. This isn't. I don't see anything like I see. Maybe it was all a conspiracy. Maybe I bought in. From what I remember, it was like there was some like damning evidence on like a bunch of them. Maybe it was just that. Maybe it was just Wiener. Because I knew Wiener was weird, right? But I thought there was a stronger connection, but I think you could, even if like all of the Pizzagate specific stuff is weird, like the idea that there are high profile celebrities and politicians, trafficking children for sex is like, yeah, Epstein. it's like, yeah, Epstein did that, yeah. It's just crazy that it's gone from this to like this being like kind of a little high, right? It's like a lot of this stuff is pretty provable, but it's just it's in the anti-Semitic point of no return, thinking that celebrities and politicians might do fucking weird shit, even though they've been doing weird shit since the fucking 80s. But it's crazy. It's even crazy to suggest it. I mean, you probably shouldn't suggest it unless you have evidence, but it's like, I mean, lots of compounding evidence. FBI. So the next one I have on here is false flag. I just like stuff that's so broad like that. It's just like, yeah, it has. Yes, there are CIA and FBI false flags. Okay, yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean, there's people there are former members of like the FBI and like the CIA who, like, there's that YouTuber who is like how to spot a psyop, right? He did that video. Just a former member of like intelligence agency saying, yes, they perform psyops. Here's how to identify them, right? So it's like, just do we need a conspiracy? Soy boys. So this is this one. Isn't it true? I thought it was true, but I don't know. Like, doesn't soy like cause development of estrogen or something? Aren't they linked? Is soy and estrogen linked? Soy and estrogen are linked through compounds called holy. These, I don't know any of these words. However, the estrogenic activity of soy isoflavones, the fuck are these words, bro, is much weaker than of human estrogen. Depending on the context, such as hormone levels, tissue type, and menopausal status, soy can have either weak estrogen-like effects or even anti-estrogenic effects. For example, in premenopausal women who have higher natural estrogen levels, soy may act as an anti-estrogen, while in postmenopausal women, it may have mild estrogen. It does not contain human estrogen or increase estrogen levels in the body to a degree that would cause harm. Most research, including large human study, has not found evidence that moderate soy consumption increases the risk of hormone-related cancers. So yes, it's happening. So yes, it's real. So yeah, I think you could say, as a formal conspiracy, just using the phrase "soy boy," is that they are, suggesting soy as an option and putting these artificial. I think you could go deeper into the sort of artificial food ideas, right? Is that they're, you could, like, a lot of. Here's the crazy thing is that a lot of our foods do cause adverse effects to sperm count, like thinking like Monsanto seeds, right? Monsanto seeds are bioengineered in a way to resist Roundup. Roundup is a I'm just forgetting words. I always forget words. Is a like a chemical you put on crops so that like bugs don't eat them and shit. And the effect that has is that the Roundup gets into the water supply, and it is like chemically altering the sex of frogs. So like the chemical, they're putting chemicals in the water, they're turning the frogs gay. It's actually like not as crazy. It's actually might be happening. It's like kind of crazy that like probably one of his like most famous like what the fuck is he talking about things is like, wait, that might actually be happening, right? It's like kind of good. It's like I think it's why Alex Jones has like kind of like chilled out recently. I think he's been vindicated on a lot of the insane shit he said over the years, right? But like, I think that there's this. I think the soy boy idea, and I think you could expand upon the conspiracy by saying that there is a lot of foods that they are implement is a multi-faceted or a multi-pronged campaign of like making men effeminate, right? Like reducing like or just like in some way making men more effeminate, right? And that like in it there's multiple instances in the same food, thing where they're using certain chemicals or they're, introducing certain foods that are, reducing sperm counts, reducing, a lot of these things, making certain things illegal or like stigmatizing things that increase testosterone levels, like, like, I can't remember, like, certain things, stuff like that. So, is there is there a link between estrogen and soy? Yes. How are you going to grow tits from eating soy? Probably not, right? But like I think you could expand upon the conspiracy by saying like is there like are they like introducing food that are like kind of demasculating men? Like I think you could kind of say that as the conspiracy, and I think that that would make sense in this aspect of like it's little to no evidence or little to no research, and you would have to prove like intent, right? You would have to prove that these things were intentionally done, right? I mean, it's not like in a court of law, but it's like, I don't know. And I think the multifacetedness of it is interesting, and I think that's where the questions are lie. It's like, why is there seemingly such a hard push into making men like weaker, making men, like trying to reduce testosterone, trying to, introduce more like estrogen and stuff. It's like, it's weird. It's weird. And I think that's where the conspiracy can lie. 5G. I think this is an aspect that I think people are way too comfortable. I think people are way too trusting of the science for this one. This one might be just me. I might go like full on conspiracy here. I fully believe that cell phones cause cancer. I fully believe it. What is it called? Cell phone ear radiation. So there is a kind of huge epidemic, or kind of, it's like a common trend of people developing cancer on their ear, and nobody knows why. And of course they will say, no, there is no effect, there is no causality between cell phones and cancer, because they use a different frequency that is not harmful to humans. Studies in which patients with brain tumors were compared to people who didn't have brain tumors in terms of their past cell phone use. Some studies have found a possible link between cell phone use and brain tumors, while others have not. For example, several studies published by the same research group in Sweden have reported an increased risk of brain tumors in people using cell phones. However, there was no apparent overall increase in brain tumors in Sweden during the years that correspond to these reports. It's just one of those things that it's something that I think a lot of people. I feel like it's something that I heard about when I was like in like kindergarten or second grade, that like you should probably use like a speaker phone. Like you might not want to always use like a cell phone next to your ear. Like it could be dangerous. And then like I just think that I don't hear about that anymore. And like it's possible that it absolutely doesn't do anything. 5G is also, this actually probably doesn't work with the conspiracy I'm actually talking about. I put 5G here, but the 5G conspiracy is kind of different, and it kind of just doesn't fit with this one in particular. The 5G conspiracy is that they are putting 5G towers, just the natural increase of like bandwidth and shit. But the conspiracy suggests that people can actually like subtly feel those waves, right? And there's some people that swear by it, and when they have gone to places that reduce all network connection, they report feeling better, right? Like people report like having like high anxiety, like panic, like freakouts and shit, because like saying that it's because of these increased radio waves, more powerful radio waves. So it's kind of a different conspiracy. I kind of want to put them all in the same thing, like cell phone tower, cell phones causing cancer, like the radiation of cell phones and the waves of cell phone towers causing harm, potentially causing cancer, causing like significant adverse effects. That's kind of what the conspiracy suggests. And I kind of believe it, dude. I kind of believe it. It's not going to change any part of my pattern of behavior, but but I kind of believe it. So I have a bunch of weird ones that I kind of don't want to do anymore. So like masks don't stop spread. I think that's been kind of proven true. There might be some people that still like buy into like the mask and stuff. I mean, even Dr. Fauci said before the pandemic that masks are essentially ineffective. A lot of people like be like, oh, but China and Japan, they use them and they don't get as sick and stuff. It's like, like the thing is, it's like, is there a potential benefit to people who are sick wearing masks? Yes, and the most obvious benefit could be you will stay away from them like the plague, right? If I see somebody with a mask, I am keeping my distance, right? One, because they might be sick, and two, because they're probably a freak. They're probably a fucking activist. So I have like astrology, like crystals, numerology. It's like, do we even need to say that that's bullshit, right? Do I even need to say it? So I have the climate scam, and it's kind of hard to say it, even though I'm really interested in the topic, and I think people are misinformed on the topic. I'll kind of just say it because I just kind of wanted to talk about it recently. What people know is like climate change. It kind of exists on like a spectrum, and there's the spectrum of facts and the things that we can observe and like quantify and shit. And the things that we can quantify are basically, we have recorded around the world that CO2 concentrate in the atmosphere is increasing, and this is happening in populated cities, and it is also happening in Antarctica. Those levels aren't the same, but they are increasing at a consistent scale, right? Many people say that there's human intervention. Hard to say, actually, because it's increasing in Antarctica, right? It's like, okay, it's like how... And it's increasing at the same rate in Antarctica too. It's like, okay, so it's just this weird thing where it's like, okay, how much human intervention is there? And nobody can really say, because no one really knows. And there's the thing that I kind of want to get at with climate change. It's like, okay, so we know that there's an increase in CO2 concentrate, and we can see that peak heat wave temperatures across the world are increasing in like similar areas. So like in a heat wave across the country, those temperatures are on average higher. This is not saying that the whole country is experiencing the hottest temperatures it's ever been. The hottest temperatures in America are during the Dust Bowl in like Kansas. Those are the highest temperatures in America, right? But like on average, the heat wave temperatures are increasing. And you'd have to fully, 2025 is basically the year that we will see if that is true or not. I'm really curious to know. But those are kind of the only things we can actually prove with climate change. Everything else is kind of speculation based off like predictive models. And those have kind of like already been wrong. Like they predicted that by 2025, like parts of the world would be uninhabitable because of the climate. And it's like, no, like they exaggerated, and they like went to so far to the extreme to like try to convince people that it's like, okay, but if you like have to exaggerate and like go to the extreme to like get people's attention, like how bad is it, right? Like you shouldn't have to exaggerate something if it's that big of a problem. Like if it's already that big of a problem, you don't need to exaggerate it by saying like we're gonna die by 2025, which is like the basis of like freaking that one girl's like entire like movement, right? Like what was her name? The girl. What was her name? The Greta Thunberg. Like her entire, every single one of her talking points were based off of the UN predictive models that the world would be uninhabitable by 2025, right? Like she was using that extreme exaggeration as evidence that we need to like entirely change our system, when that was an exaggeration. And they knew it was. They have already come out and said, yes, we were exaggerating to get it to make a point, right? Like you should lose credibility over that. Like the climate change idea should lose some credibility because they exaggerated it to make a point. You shouldn't have to exaggerate something to make a point if that point is already, the world could end 10 years, like, right? Like, it's like if the facts were on your side, you wouldn't have to exaggerate. And I think that is the root of people's point with climate change and the climate scam thing, is that there are points of contention with climate change, and you are using the speculation to say, oh, these things are going to happen that you don't know, right? Like they basically have predicted that like everything that they have said after those things that were laid out is like all speculation. Like, okay, so yeah, CO2 increases. They have theorized, they have basically said, and I can agree, that peak temperatures are increasing because of greenhouse gases. I'm like, that's entirely plausible. Everything else that has come after that, which is like hurricanes and tsunamis are going to get more intense, that is all based off the speculation that temperatures are going to increase because the oceans are going to get hotter, and that will increase the like severity of like everything is based off that, right? Everything is a predictive model off that, and it has already they exaggerate it and it has already been wrong. So it's like, I don't know. It's not a conspiracy. It's just like it's misrepresentation, and it's the UN being corrupt as shit like always, and saying and using expert opinion to push an agenda that coincidentally would severely benefit China. How weird is that? North American Union. I don't know what that is. I think is that a bank? Is that a bank bailout conspiracy? It's a theoretical economic and political continental union of Canada, Mexico, and the United States. What is this conspiracy? Where is this coming from? Celebrities living being replaced living forever. Like a celebrity is still alive. Yeah, I kind of like I group all of the celebrity like conspiracies because they're all so fucking stupid, dude. They are normie conspiracies. They are the office of fucking conspiracies. Ghosts. That's actually a fucking hilarious one. I don't think a lot of people think about that, but like ghosts, there's no evidence for ghosts. There's just none. There's none whatsoever. There's 0% evidence for ghosts, and like everyone is like, yeah, it's entirely possible. It's like, dude, it's so crazy. And they've tried so hard. They're like, oh yeah, EMFs can track ghosts. It's like, yeah, it's so like. There's so much science that has gone into it to prove nothing. You prove nothing. Pan Am Flight 103. What is this conspiracy? I forget this one too. Is this a plane wreck that they're like, this one went into an alternate dimension? Pan Am. Let's just go to the conspiracy. Let's go. Suggest a number of positive for the bombing. Some of the theories. I'm just not interested in it. just don't care. Pearl Harbor conspiracy. What is a What is the Pearl Harbor conspiracy? I feel like I might have made this one and I've like forgotten about it. Advanced knowledge. Oh, that they had advanced knowledge of it. No, that one might be real. That one might be real. Pearl Harbor. Knew about Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor prior knowledge. Because I feel like I've heard about that before. That one could be real. I like it could be. I mean, probably has 0% evidence, but Bermuda Triangle. This is a funny one. It is kind of like me being like, okay, there's conspiracies that are, that people think, but they just like kind of like traditional conspiracies, stuff that wouldn't be labeled as conspiracies, but like just unprovable stuff like myths and stuff. Bermuda Triangle is like 100% like debunked, dude. Like, okay, like here's the conspiracy. It is the most popular trading route. That's the conspiracy. There is more wrecks at Bermuda Triangle because it is the most popular trading route in the world for the United States, right? That's the conspiracy. That's what it boils down to. It's like, oh, is a shipwreck more likely to happen in the most popular place ever? It's like, yeah, that is essentially the conspiracy. And that's why it's like, I have it there, but I mean, just I personally wouldn't even label it as a conspiracy just because it's so easy to debunk that. So by the way, I want to move you. Oh, I can just grab him like that? I didn't even know about that, dude. That's crazy. I thought you had to like fucking like go and select the layer. I didn't know you could just like grab it like that. I'll put this one like here, maybe. Dude, I need to have more conspiracies about Jews. Where's all my Jewish conspiracies? I'm just missing a treasure trove of conspiracies, dude. Okay, so let's create the next one. So let's first select you here. And then let's grab this here. Let's grab you here. Grab the gradient, and we will go up this way, other way. Let's get it straight. Okay, I like that. That looks good, and I did it again. Orange block. Okay. So this is the no evidence / flawed evidence tier. This is stuff that I think has very little evidence. Hold on, man. Like no evidence, or evidence is flawed or misinterpreted, misrepresented, something like that. Which there's actually not that many of them. This is gonna piss some people off. This is gonna piss my conspiracy theorists off, because this is me saying, I think you're going too far. I'm sorry. This is me bringing the reality to the conspiracy theorists. You need to come back, right? You need to you need to be reeled back in. And the most popular one, cryptozoology. This is Bigfoot. This is the Mothman. This is the Loveland Frogman, the Yeti, the chupacabra. This is every cryptozoology. And I said something that you might not have heard before. The Loveland Frogman. This is one of my favorites. And this is what I was talking about earlier. One of the very few cryptozoology examples that actually has photographic evidence. Here it is. And here's what I'll say about it. It's really interesting. Look here. Okay. So this is from a zoomed in thing. I want to try to find the original, because when you see the original, you can kind of see that it looks even weird. 'Cause this looks kind of weird because it's so zoomed in that it's like grainy, and you might think that okay, that's the most zoomed out picture. Shit. Okay, yeah. So I think this is the original. So something interesting to note. I don't know if it's fake. I don't know. I can't, like, it's okay. This one's weird because it looks like you have some that doesn't match the original. So I think somebody might have manipulated that. Maybe it was somebody tried to like AI upscale it or something. So okay, so this looks like the original. Let's compare it to the zoomed out original. Yeah, and then it looks like it was like contrast boost, brightness boosted. So this is the original. See these glowing eyes that are reflecting and refracting off the water? That to me would seem that's I don't know, it seems very believable. It seems believable to me, right? And maybe like I don't know, it just seems so consistent. Like I like, this is something I do pretty often. Like I'm pretty well versed in like Photoshop, and I feel like have a pretty good grasp of like hoaxes and stuff. This to me would be, there's something about it that just looks like kind of real, right? Like I think this would be difficult to fake. Right, like you would need to get in that water. It like to me it looks like that is really reflecting off the water with proper like wave like refraction and everything, like displacement. Like it could be just like complete Photoshop, right? It could be. Oh, is that somebody trying to say it's spotted again? Yeah, I think that's a hoax. Right? But it's just weird. It's just weird, dude. Like I just don't. And this is the most compelling cryptozoology to me. This one is the most compelling. Like Bigfoot, there's some good aspects. There's like some parts of Bigfoot that I find somewhat hard to argue with, like the fact that there is a word for Bigfoot in every language. That is something that makes you go, huh, that's weird. Why would a hoax be so prevalent in culture that there is a word for it in every language, where they are spotted in such similar places, right? The stories of them. This is talking about Bigfoot. Like the stories of Bigfoot follow extremely consistent patterns down to extremely obscure details, right? And then you have like instances like the home of Bigfoot, which is in Canada, which is like a Native American village in Canada, that just about every single person in that village has had a sighting of Bigfoot, right? That's weird. That's weird. You don't get that. That's not normal hoaxes. That is not normal social contagion, right? That's weird. That's a little weird. And with certain social contagions and hoaxes, you're not going to have a language for it, right? It's like the mythos of Bigfoot is very popular in America, but like if it was just a myth, why is there this language for it? It's like, and it's not just Bigfoot. You got the skunk ape, which is the same word for the same thing, which is normal. That's normal in language. It is normal in language for there to be regional names for a thing, but why is it just like that's the part that's like that's weird. That's weird. That's the part I don't understand, right? Like there are normal aspects of things, like and they still follow the same stuff. They still smell like cum. Who thinks of that detail, right? Multiple reported instances of sightings with Bigfoot have said that he smells like cum. Who comes up with that? Who makes that shit up? That's fucking crazy. That's the fucking weirdest detail I've ever heard, dude. That's so weird. How, like, that's not, like, there is more consistency in Bigfoot than there is on ghosts, and more people believe in ghosts than they do Bigfoot. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. The next one is Atlantis. And I actually watched a really cool video about this. There's a lot of people believe that Atlantis is real. And I think the conspiracies go a lot farther than I do. There's like I would say, but I'm still tapped in enough to realize that I think the core and the like root of the conspiracy is based in a hyper advanced underwater civilization. And yeah, that there's no 0% evidence that exists. However, certain and it's believed, very obviously believed, because it was Plato. Plato came up with the myth, basically came up with the myth of Atlantis, saying it was a city he went to that were hyper intelligent, hyper advanced, and they somehow crumbled because of like certain disagreements or something. It was something like that. It was like people believe that it was just a story he wrote about a fictional place that was used as like an allegory or like a metaphor, basically. That's the common understanding. But there has been certain research into the things that he has said that kind of so the Atlantis, it says it had outer rings, that the city was in rings, and like the outer rings, and you would go into there were multiple levels of rings, like and some people have said that is very similar to the Eye of the Sahara. That sounds extremely similar to the Eye of the Sahara, which is a real thing in the middle, which is like near up like northern Africa, which is checks out for his story about traveling there. It checks out. Talks about the rings, talks about how like the centermost ring was like the biggest. It's an interesting theory. But yeah, there's no evidence. There's no evidence of Atlantis. And I think they even at that point the Eye of the Sahara, they found certain artifacts that they were like surprised by. I might be wrong about that. Egyptian civilizations in the Grand Canyon. What is that? Egyptian? I don't remember that conspiracy. How Is that like a widely recognized conspiracy? Egyptians in the Grand Canyon. Is that like, is there even widely, or is this like one video I watched and I was like, oh dude, that needs to go in the video. How did ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs end up at the Grand Canyon? So that is the evidence, is that there are structures. But there was never any evidence of it. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I think it was just like it could have just been a full-on hoax. No hieroglyphs either? Okay, so it was just a straight up hoax. Okay, then I don't really care. If it's just like a straight up hoax that's like already been debunked and it's like not even like culturally relevant, then like I don't care that much. Stonehenge. This is based off Stonehenge or pyramids were built by aliens. Pyramids is a weird one because it's like, dude, I've heard some shit about pyramids. It's like, how do they do that shit, dude? Like, some of the size, like the mass of some of these like statues and pyramids that are in fucking weird places in these things. It's like, how did they do that? Like, what is going on there? There are like mass like ton things that weigh like in the tons that are like put in places, like up places that are like that you just could never. How could you get them there? Stonehenge. I don't know. I just don't. I'm not. People like. I think the conspiracy is just like, how could you have moved rocks like that, especially on grass? Because there's like kind of theories. It's kind of like widely agreed theory that the way that they had moved a lot of these extremely like large, like massive rocks to put on the pyramids was that they used a process of like wetting sand and then like pulling their carts over it, or like ox pulling them over it, and it like significantly reduces the drag and like they're able to like carry and pull these huge stones. But like with Stonehenge, it's like, would they have been able to do that same process, right? It's like, so I don't know. It's one of those things that has zero evidence, so it's like you could just make up whatever, and it's just a cool thing from the past. So it's like just there's infinite like theories you could come up with, and just we will never know. So it's just kind of one of those. I don't know. There's some dumb conspiracies. Some Malaysian airline. It was conspiracy. It was like a Malaysian flight that like just vanished, kind of. I don't think they ever found the black box or anything. Just kind of like weird communication. And there was some very dumb conspiracies at the time that they had accidentally like entered a wormhole and gone to like a different dimension or some shit. It's just like dumb fucking conspiracies like this. They had entered into a Berenstein, the Berenstein Bears. They entered into the Mandela effect and entered into a alternate universe where the Malaysian flight never existed. So that it's like, it's just one of those like insanely convoluted theories that makes no sense. And like the Occam's razor, there was like a storm and they crashed, right? It's like there's so many more rational explanations than they entered into a fucking wormhole. There's like a million more rational explanations for things that could have happened than entering into a wormhole. So I have like company SEO, which is like, I had this theory there was this like theory on the internet that Disney came out with the movie Frozen, so because people were looked up so much, like Disney Frozen, about like how Walt Disney, like the theory that like Walt Disney was like frozen under, or like his head was frozen under like Disney World. It's just kind of like a dumb conspiracy that like means nothing and is unprovable, and the basis of it to begin with is already, so it's conspiracyception. It's conspiracy on top of conspiracies, right? The conspiracy that Disney froze his head under Walt Disney World. Then on top of the theory is that, oh, they hid it by creating this movie Frozen so that you couldn't ever search for Disney being frozen because you would only get Disney Frozen. It's like it's conspiracy level 2, right? Shakespeare, there's a conspiracy that Shakespeare was like multiple people. It was like a group of people, kind of unknowable. Not really like super compelling. Like what? I don't know. I think like the reason why it's just because the amount of work he produced. Like he like had an ungodly amount of work, and so people just that like Shakespeare was just like, they would just use the name Shakespeare. It was just like a bunch of different writers, but they all used the name Shakespeare. And I think it like goes deeper, and there's like certain like people have like overanalyzed it, and it's like, oh, there's like inconsistency in the way that they write or whatever. So the next is like QAnon. You could probably put this into the next category, but like because I'm not doing like social impact and I'm doing the amount of evidence, QAnon is kind of like, if you don't know what QAnon is, I don't either. QAnon is basically this kind of like overarching conspiracy that like everything is connected in some way, that it's like all some it's all some elaborate conspiracy to, like, you know, for the Jews. It's the Jew, like it could be anything. Like it's kind of just this weird conspiracy that like all of these things are connected in some way. It's all some government, you know, psyop. Like it's just it's and like everything is connected then to QAnon, right? It's kind of one of those things where it's like I would describe it as like reality fan fiction. Like it's just the world. It's fan fiction about current events, right? It's conspiracy fan fiction because it's just not based off anything, and everything is connected, which is basically the premise of like conspiracies, so that like everything is connected. There is no coincidence, right? So like that's kind of just the overall basis of conspiracies in general, and QAnon is kind of the culmination of that, I would say. Moonlight. Oh yeah, this is gonna piss people off. Moon landing is fake. There's no evidence. There's no evidence for it. Oh my! But the stars, they were on wires. The cameras don't work in space. We didn't have enough fuel. Yeah. So yeah, like, here's the thing. So I am not a believer in the moon landing hoax. Every amount of evidence that I have seen has pointed towards it being real. And I think, and here's the problematic part, and the problem I have, the biggest problem with it is every conspiracy, every point in the graph of this conspiracy is based off of severe misunderstandings of how these things work, right? Like there's just severe misunderstandings about space. There's severe misunderstandings about space travel and how these things interact in space. Tube cameras are involved, right? Because there are certain ways that tube cameras work, or the cameras for tube TVs or the CRT TVs. There's just like there's a lot of moving parts in this, and the footage was accidentally deleted. It was part of there were parts of it that were like training simulations. But there's scorch marks on the moon, right? It's like it's hard. It's hard. There are pictures. You can look up moon rover, pictures. And it's like, oh, why have we never gone back? We don't need to. We have a robot there that sends us all the rock samples we will ever need forever, right? And if we ever need more samples, we just send another rover, right? It's like, it's just one of those things where, like, I think every aspect and every point of evidence for it is based off of, like, severe misunderstandings of how these things work. And here's the biggest thing for me. If you say the moon landing is faked, nobody is going to call you a conspiracy theorist. Or they will, but they're not going to judge it the same way that, like, like a vaccine, right? Think about, like, how they treated, like, anti-vaxxers. There's not, like, a moon landing, denier. There's not a huge stigma around the moon landing deniers. That's actually a point, right? I think that's a point in the favor of it probably not being a conspiracy, actually. Because every time there is a conspiracy and they say, hey, what's going on with those steel beams? Oh, you're a fucking 9/11 denier? You're un-American, right? Like, there's this huge stigma around denying things that have a, like, narrative that, like, are narratively, like, a certain way, and they are kind of unquestionable. Like the vaccine, 9/11, probably the worst example of that, because I think most people probably believe 9/11 was an inside job. But, like, you see what, like, there is oftentimes a stigma that comes along with challenging narratives that, and this is even the bigger point based off that, is that oftentimes the narratives make no sense, which is what I say, like, the JFK, the magic bullet theory, makes less sense than somebody in the car shot him, right? The magic bullet theory makes less sense. But the moon landing, every question you can look up about the moon landing, you say, oh, that kind of makes sense. I don't know, that's kind of believable, right? Every single one, everything that I have looked up regarding the moon landing, I have walked away. I walked into it saying, maybe, is this evidence? Every time I have walked out saying, yeah, I just don't buy it. I don't think it was faked. Another point that I've come up with recently, so it is, the conspiracies believe that Stanley Kubrick, that the CIA or the FBI, whoever, worked with NASA, hired Stanley Kubrick to direct the moon landing, right? Because he had just got off of 2001: Space Odyssey. He knew a lot about and his work on that was very scientifically accurate, right? Predicting things that we would later do. He was very smart when it comes to that stuff. So, so Stanley Kubrick, like, here's the thing about Stanley Kubrick. He was just a director. You think Stanley Kubrick, here's the thing about, like, if you don't know about Stanley Kubrick, he's kind of a dick. He's kind of an asshole, and that's kind of what was great about him. I have zero part of me thinks that Stanley Kubrick would have done any of that alone, right? He would have had at least like hundreds of people working on that set. You would have needed hundreds of highly skilled, trained people that work on movie studios to do that. And no, not one of them has ever come out and said it was fake, right? Not one of them. To their deathbed, they kept that secret. For what? For what? For what? Right? Not one of them. And here's the thing. There's a saying among criminals: 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead. Nobody keeps secrets. Nobody keeps a secret for long, right? These things don't keep, like, it just goes, like, I think you would needed wires. You would have needed, like, crew members to hold up those wires, especially back then. You couldn't cross those wires, so any time that they are, like, walking around each other or significantly close to each other, that wouldn't have worked because you would have needed, like, an extremely intricate wire setup for that. It's just like everything that I can think of points to it not being true. Occam's razor, it happened, right? I have something to add to this, though, because Neil Armstrong, the person that went to the moon in that mission, actually lived in my hometown. And my grandpa played golf with him very regularly. And my grandpa, who I would describe, and many in my family would describe, as probably, as extremely rational, conspiracy minded. Like, he believes that 9/11 was an inside job. He was very interested in the JFK assassination, thinking that it was not a lone operative. And there's some, we often have talks about conspiracies, but he, but I would describe him as, like, hyper rational to a fault, right? But he believes that the moon landing is fake because Neil Armstrong never talked about it ever again. Like, he asked you could ask him, and he would not say a word about it. He never spoke about it, right? And that is, like, that's weird. It is weird, right? Like, I think majority of people would say, like, if they were one of 5 people that did something, you would think that they would talk about it more, probably. But it is weird, but I don't think it's evidence, because you could write it off as the guy's weird, right? The guy is doing something unnatural that most people would probably not do. I think most people would, if they were one of 5 people to do something that is, like, pushing the bounds of, human engineering, they would probably brag about it more, right? That is the common consensus of, like, why that is so weird. Like, even, like, close friends would not say anything to it. Would not talk about it to his deathbed. I think he died. I think he died, like, kind of recently. I'm pretty sure. They did name a road after him. It's a very, very unimpressive road. But yeah, so it's just, like, it's weird. But, like, I am not a moon landing truther. Philadelphia experiment. What is that? Philadelphia experiment. The alleged event claimed to have been witnessed by an ex-merchant mariner sometime around where they attempted to make a destroyer disappear when sent a book full of handwritten annotations referring to the experiment to a researcher in a series of letters making further claims to a UFO book writer, widely understood to be a hoax. Several different and sometimes contradictory versions of the alleged experiment circulate over the years in paranormal literature. So I think, if I'm getting this right, it was like supposedly it was a, like, experiment to make something disappear, like their own vessel to disappear, to, like, hide it from enemies. But just like no evidence to suggest and widely agreed to be a hoax. This is the kind of stuff that I'm like, I don't know if I care enough. So the next one is Men in Black, not the movie. The movie is actually based off of something that did happen, but just nobody knows. It's such a weird event. So the Men in Black, I don't know how many times it actually happened. How many? Well, I know it's at least happened once, and I've seen the footage of it because it was at a time when security cameras existed. How many known instances of the Men in Black have there been in recorded history? Count of known documented Men in Black encounters in history, as these are rooted in UFO folklore and often based on anecdotal reports rather than verifiable evidence, except for that one time where there was evidence. First recorded encounter during the Maury Island incident, when Harold Dahl claimed he was visited by a man in black who warned him not to discuss his UFO sightings. Albert K. Bender's case in 1953 is another foundational report. A UFO claimed there were 3 men dressed in black visited him in order to stop his investigation, an event that was publicized. They knew too much about flying saucers. Other notable cases include the 1976 incident involving Robert Richardson, who reported being visited by 2 men after a supposed collision with a UFO. Beyond these, numerous other reports have surfaced over decades. Accounts of unexplained phenomenal. Often appearing intimidating, warning was to remain silent. Some accounts, like that of Woody Derenberger, have also contributed to the lore. I don't know that specific case. Despite the recurring theme and number of anecdotal claims, no official or comparable list exists. The phenomenon is considered by most historians reached as part of a modern folklore, with the number of reporting accounts likely numbering in the dozens, but with no verifiable accepted total. So just the total, like, these are the most notable instances. I think this is the one that the first recorded encounter. Is this the one where there was actual video evidence? How much video or photographic evidence is available supporting MIB Men in Black? Fuck you, Perplexity. God damn it. Won't even let me goddamn... Oh, no, they just let me do it anyways? Okay. There are rare claims of source, such as one is a friend or of a research. This is the one that I was thinking of. This is the one here. Snapped a picture who had been seen standing across the street from their apartment for several days. However, such photos are not widely authenticated or accepted as video proof. One of the most notable cases involved hotel security footage that allegedly captured 2 men in black entering a hotel after reporting a UFO encounter. With described the men as tall, wearing black hats and suits, with extremely pale skin and no facial hair. The footage has circulated online, but it's thought that the connection to the Men in Black phenomenon remain heavily debated, with many considered like to be a hoax or misinterpretation. I mean, you would think the time when they would have video evidence, people wouldn't be all know why their independent verified exists that concludes with reality dispute or questioning. What is about it that is a hoax? Like, what? This about this event is a hoax or is misinterpreted. This case here, called the Niagara Falls Men, is one of the most widely circulated. Why is this event considered a hoax? Viral marketing or media stunt? Some sources suggest the footage may have been created as a viral marketing, possibly tied to the release of Men in Black. Wasn't it like way before that, or was it at the same time? For TV shows like Fringe, which featured similar characters. Not authentic footage. Investigations reveal that some widely shared images and clips are actually reenactments for not original security footage. Try to trace a popular to a reenact. Yeah, you're twisting these things though. Is that one real, or is lack of independent? There's no independent verification of the original footage authenticity. It's not been made. It's not been released in full by the hotel, and no mainstream news outlets have authenticated. Most available versions are low quality and circulated primarily on social media and conspiracy websites. Yeah, where else would you circulate them on the internet? Witness testimony is anecdotal. The primary evidence comes from staff members' description and not from clear, verifiable video. What? I just think that's dumb. I just think this is all really dumb. I think every single one of these accounts, unusual appearance can be explained. This could be the men's identical and inhuman appearance could be attributed to coincidental similarities, makeup, lighting, or even digital manipulation. Some viewers have speculated that the men might be wearing masks or prosthetics. I actually think that the attempts to debunk this are like really stupid. When did this happen? I don't think that's the right case. Often called, wasn't it called, often called like something, the Maury Island incident? 1947, okay. When did Men in Black come out? $1997. So this was a viral marketing event for a movie that would come out 50 years later. Like, how fucking stupid are you? Like, that's not a debunk. That's stupider than... Yeah, it's probably the CIA or some shit, dude. It's like, there's... Every single one of those fucking debunks is, like, even stupider than, like... It's like, dude, I feel like there's other theories you can make to try to explain it. But, like, every single one of those, I'm like, no, like, these are worse than I could come up with. Okay, this is my conspiracy. I also had the Majestic 12 as a note on there. I don't know what that is. Is an organization is claimed to be the code name of a alleged secret community of scientists, military leaders. Some UFO conspiracies still claim to have existed. Is it real or is it not real? There is. Okay. Steve, similar version of a memo called Majestic 12 claimed to be highly classified. The memo appeared to be a briefing or newly elected President Eisenhower on a secret committee created to exploit a recovery of an extraterrestrial aircraft, cover up this work from determine the document to be fake. Okay. I mean, it's hard to say, like, I don't know. It's like there's so much knowledge that I would I'll just yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, I just think when there's certain like smug aspects of like when Wikipedia gets too smug, I'm like, all right, hey, hold on. Actually, there could be some legitimacy to this, you know. When Wikipedia gets a little like high on their horse of like, no, you're a conspiracy theorist and you're dumb. I'm like, actually, wait, hold on. This could be real. This is my conspiracy. Flat Earth was created to discredit conspiracy theories. Let's do conspiracies. I fucked that up. Created to... it's just too long. It's just too long. Can I simplify this? Flat Earth was created to discredit conspiracies. I actually think I'm going to... Hey, can you write this in as short of a way as possible? Dude, that's like, that's way longer. It's like, I tried to ask you to write it in a really short way, and it gave me fucking 2 sentences. Flat Earth created to discredit conspiracies. So if you think about the timeline, I talked about this earlier, but if you think about the timeline, like Flat Earth came out around 2018. I wonder when the actual like Flat Earth theory. I wonder when the actual theory itself was created. I mean, it's like an extremely like you could go to like the, you know, the Renaissance period or before that, the Dark Ages, right? It's like, no, I'm talking about the like traditional conspiracy. Yeah. Okay. These effects of since the 20 belief has increased. I'm just like, I want to know when it like came back. That's really what I want to know, and it's in the 21st century. Okay, great. Today we're going to find. I mean, this is in 2012, so like I'm kind of like, I'm a little way off. What history? The news has only been around, and it's only been around since. Oh no, since any sort of organized flat Earth lobby existed till the mid 1800s. So this is just like, this has been around, dude. Been around for a while. It just, I feel like it just, this is not a theory that was created. It's a theory that pops its head up every once in a while, dude. It's like, hey, maybe you're not ready, but now I actually have a theory. I have thought about the flat Earth theory, and I have concluded that there is one possible way that flat Earth is true. There's one possible way, and it's that the Earth is also a simulation. If the Earth was a simulation, then the flat Earth theory would be correct, because you would be on a flat plane, and nothing would be rendered unto you. You ever thought about that? Checkmate, liberals. So I actually think I'm kind of wrong, because I thought it was created around the like 2018, or like at least the resurgence of it, to like discredit conspiracy theories, so that they can like ban the videos, so they can stop people from learning the truth. But it doesn't seem like it's the case. It kind of seems like it's something that pops up about every 100 years to be like, hey, what about the flat Earth theory though? What about this time? I don't know. So this one is the top one. So this one is Obama's birth certificate, and I don't think there is evidence. I've saw sometimes Twitter posts some shit. I'm like, wait, hold on, is that real? Is that real? Hold on. But the reason I put this here is because I thought it was really stupid that it was originally put here in the anti-Semitic point of no return, get help category. Because it's like, I don't know, to me, shallow Earth, this is like that hollow Earth, that the Earth is like hollow and that there like might be people living under it. It's like, that's, you know, hey, it could be true. I mean, it is kind of hollow. It's like, isn't that just like true? There's like magma at the core of it. It's like, I don't know. I think the theory is that there's like people that like live under the Earth or some shit. But it's like, Antifa International starting wildfires. That happened. It happened in Canada. I mean, yes, there was wildfires started by like Antifa members in Canada. It just happened. Like Nazis on the moon, moon landing is fake, satanic cult, Sandy Hook, hoax, and here's the thing: it's like all of these. Here's the thing. Could it happen? I think you could. I mean, Illuminati, George Soros. Hold on. Wait, this goes real deep. This is what I'm talking about. Here's what I'm talking about. Is like all of this. I actually have a theory about this one. But I think the premise of it is, and obviously that's, like, all of these are like entirely plausible. Like the idea of like a Illuminati is possible, right? It's possible. It could be true, right? George Soros is like name one, right? He funds everything. He has funded so much crazy shit, right? It's like, I don't know what the conspiracy theory is, but it's like him as a conspiracy theory. Yeah, he says some crazy shit. White genocide, South Africa, deep state. Like, I mean, I kind of FBI, New World Order. What is New World Order? It's like that's like 666 and like the Mark of the Beast. That's like stuff from the Bible. Yeah, entirely possible. Satanic cult panic. Yeah, that's, I mean, it has happened. I mean, are we denying that there are satanic cults? Obama birth certificate fake? Plausible. Could have happened. Pizzagate did happen. Antifa International starting wildfires. I don't know if it's it's a formal group, but there was an Antifa member in Canada who started wildfires. That's plausible, right? So it's like you have all of these things. Like nearly half of these conspiracies are like entirely plausible, and like some of them are true, mixed with Nazis on the moon, people are living under the earth, celebs moisturizing with child foreskin, flat earth, reptilian overlords, adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is here. Why isn't adrenochrome here? Adrenochrome is the most retarded conspiracy ever created by humans. It's fucking retarded. And it's like comparing Obama birth certificate to adrenochrome is like they are next level, right? Adrenochrome is over here. Obama birth, like the plausibility of these things are wildly different, right? Like it's just it's so like this is what I'm talking about. Like this chart makes no sense. It's so wildly politically biased. It's so wildly to like just make some of these conspiracies just like make you like it to purposefully like associate conspiracies that are like inconvenient, like Obama birth certificate, right? Like, is it possible that Obama was actually born in Kenya and he faked a birth certificate and became the president? It's hard to believe, but is it, where on the level of hard to believe is it to adrenochrome? Adrenochrome, if you don't know, is the theory that celebrities are trafficking children, like terrorizing them, so that they can take their blood and take a chemical out of their, like that they take their blood while they're afraid. They have to be afraid first, because there's a certain chemical in their blood called adrenochrome that they extract from the blood that they use as like an elixir to stay alive forever. That's the fucking theory. It's fucking retarded. It's like absolutely retarded. It makes zero sense whatsoever. It has no basis in reality. It's complete science fiction compared with Obama birth certificate. Like the plausibility of these things are on another planet. It's just so wildly, like all over the place. Wayfair conspiracy. I already talked about that one. There was a conspiracy that like Wayfair is like a furniture selling company, and that they're like really like overpriced. They're like cabinets for like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And there was this theory that it actually wasn't furniture, it was trafficking children, and this was how they were selling it. Kind of just like a ridiculous conspiracy that kind of existed for a while on TikTok because furniture was really expensive and they didn't understand. And it's like, I don't know, it's just kind of like, I just don't think people realize like how expensive like extremely like artisan furniture, like handcrafted wood shit. Like I don't think people realize that shit is like, yeah, that shit's like tens of thousands of dollars. I think it's just like a misunderstanding of like how expensive shit is. Ancient civilizations. Is this like Atlantis again? It's basically covered in, if it's not already covered, it's covered under Atlantis. This is WEF, the World Economic Forum, and I also had BlackRock as a note about these people like financially just controlling the world. And over time, I think I see this conspiracy as less valid than I might have. Even though I put this in the science denial, I mean I would, or like the no evidence, flawed evidence. I mean I think there is no evidence for WEF having direct financial. I mean is that out of the question? I mean, I probably wouldn't put this in this. I would probably put WEF legitimately in like speculation. Like the reality, like, okay, I also have BlackRock as a note on that. I have the full thing is WEF/BlackRock is financially controlling the world. I mean, BlackRock controlling the world, like that one legitimately might have to be added here, because that is a great theory. That is probably one of the most relevant conspiracy theories of today. BlackRock, because BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard literally control almost every company in America and almost every company in the world. Like they have so much power. And it's not even a conspiracy theory anymore. It is just real. This is not a conspiracy. But the WEF, I think WEF is significantly less relevant. I think ever since they shot themselves in the foot after Klaus Schwab left, and they fucking hired the guy from Nestle as the lead. Multifaceted, really, and I'll show you why. So the first reason is because Nestle isn't a well-liked company. I don't know what the full story is, but I guess they were like stealing water from like public land that should be free, and they were selling it. So it's like just kind of unethical. I think maybe even illegal, but they like lobbied Congress. The second reason that they shot themselves in the foot by hiring this guy as their head is this reason. He looks like a fucking demon. He looks like a comic book demon villain. He's turning into a demon right in front of our eyes. He's already got the mark. He just looks scary. And the conspiracy, like, here's the thing. If this guy says you will own nothing and you will be happy, you might ignore him. If this guy says you will own nothing and you will be happy, I think people are going to be way more afraid, right? People are going to think this is a lot. This is scary. This scares people. This scares me. I'm like, burn it with fire, dude. This guy is a fucking demon. Dude, fucking put him underwater and see if he floats. 2030 agenda. UN 2030 agenda. Despite what you may believe, this is not Trump's thing. This is, pretty sure 2030 agenda. If I am remembering correctly, this was the meeting that they had in like October, or like this is a meeting they had in like, what was it, like November or like October, maybe it was November, October, I can't remember the days of the week, or no, it was like in August. It was like somewhere around August of 2019. There was a meeting in the UN to discuss what would happen if there was an outbreak of a deadly virus, and what they would do if maybe I'm not getting this one correct. Maybe that's not what it was. Okay, but anyway, I'll keep on getting with my story. I might be getting the names wrong. But basically, it was a meeting of a bunch of powerful people where they invited like social media companies together to come up with a plan for how they would tackle if there was under a hypothetical scenario that there was a deadly virus released that caused a pandemic, under a highly hypothetical scenario. Would never happen. In the year 2019 of like August 2019, right? August 2019, they had this meeting, or somewhere around then, that of a hypothetical situation of if a pandemic level disease was released, what they would do about it. And one of their models for what they would do about it would be that the government would basically lock down, the social media companies would hide information and delete information that would contradict the science, the agreed upon science that all of these people in this meeting came up with. And this is 100% real. This 100% happened. I don't think it is the 2030 agenda, though. I think the 2030 agenda is something else. Plain faction. No, it's got to be something else. So I don't know if that's. I want to put that conspiracy there, but I think this might be something else. So I can't really say. I wish I knew what that one was. WHO government involved. Oh, dude, there's some bad conspiracies. I mean, there is a theory. I'm pretty sure there's a widely known theory that like the World Health Organization and like Fauci specifically like created AIDS. Is that real? Fauci and AIDS? Because there was like a vaccine released for AIDS and like everybody got it, but then like there was like an AIDS like epidemic like shortly after. Fauci AIDS. How Dr. Fauci handled the AIDS crisis, from PBS. I will not trust PBS because they gave a fucking dick riding session to Fauci during COVID. I would trust RFK over PBS. Them fucking traitors. They should go to the gallows too. In the laboratory of clinical investigation, he began treating patients with autoimmune diseases and consulting with physicians at the National Cancer Institute. Fauci got the idea that if he used lower doses of drugs that killed cancer cells on his patients with autoimmune diseases, he could suppress their abnormal immune responses without destroying their immune systems. This led to a historic breakthrough in treatment. As within 20 years of taking the reins of, was named the head of immunoregulation in 1980, at the time when NI was facing a devastating new public health crisis. A large number of patients, mostly young men, were diagnosed with acquired immunodeficiency syndrome, AIDS, traced to previously unknown human immunodeficiency virus, HIV. In 1984, the height of the epidemic, Fauci accepted the direction provided he could continue seeing patients. He opened his doors to aid advocates, including his harshest critics, playwright and activist. He traveled the country, meet with AIDS patients, created new channels, experimental drugs. Taking the reins, Fauci had thousand-fold increase in his institute's funding. He helped create the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS to address the HIV pandemic in Africa. To date, the program has saved... this just seems like really positive, actually. I don't know if there's a conspiracy here. As he became the public face of science in addressing the pandemic, he criticized by others who favored a less aggressive strategy, took a stand and remained... Oh, this is about COVID. As director, he continues to oversee research, malaria, tuberculosis. He is undoubtedly best known for standing on the front line of the fight against coronavirus. Yeah, so I think it's like doesn't have that strong a foot because like I would think if there was you would think that RFK would like go in on him if it was true. Because he absolutely went on him for COVID. He like wrote a whole book on how he lied about basically everything he did and how he knew about some of the lies that he did. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that theory. Could it be in here in the no evidence category? Sure. I kind of want to do. There's a different one that I have on here. Government created diseases. I think it's on the original chart, so that's why I want to put it here. I mean, and hold on, like here's the thing though, like to say that there's no evidence is untrue actually. Because there is some evidence that we have created some viruses, like for instance COVID. Like we funded that. We and many people for many years knew that Anthony Fauci was creating something, what they described as a bioweapon, and said that he shouldn't be doing it. The United States knew about this and they didn't, intervene in this. So it's COVID adds to this theory. What does it have? Zero evidence. Does it have no evidence or flawed evidence? Government, like, that's the thing. It's like there is some evidence because it's such a broad category, and like some of them are true. But I think COVID is kind of the one that is the only one that there's like sufficient evidence for, because it's just such a well documented failure that it kind of becomes like a lightning rod for a lot of this conspiracy. I can't in good conscience. I can't put this in the no evidence. I can't. It has to. There has to be. It does have to be in some evidence. It actually kind of like... Do I have any, like, ones down here that are about that? Well, I have COVID was made in a lab. I guess that's... government other... I guess what I could do is I could do... other... There's no evidence for any other one besides COVID. And I already have COVID somewhere else, so I think that's fine. I do have COVID-19 made in a lab. Great. Ooh, this is a good one, dude. Great replacement theory. Kind of one of those ones that's like, if you actually start to critically think about it, can you put it in no evidence, right? At this point, like where we are at now, when I wrote this versus where I am at now, which is about like 2 to 3 years, my opinion has drastically changed on the Great Replacement Theory. Where I would used to have said that's a theory with no evidence, like pretty high up there, right? And here, the white genocide is the Great Replacement theory. It's basically the same thing. Great Replacement theory, if you don't know, is the idea that there are elites that are purposefully trying to get rid of the European race. Basically, they are trying to through various means lower birth rates of white people, hire and immigrate more non-European people into European countries to hopefully one day replace white people. That is the Great Replacement theory. That is the white genocide theory. And in good conscience, can I say that they're not doing that? I can't say that they're not doing. They have done everything it theorized. They are systematically promoting like so many instances of like, don't have children. Having children is going to just cause more strain on the planet, but not caring about that whatsoever when it comes to any other race of people, right? Just specifically doing that for white people, like increasing, like, I don't know, it's like just the immigrants all over Europe, right? It's just, even when they just object to it, right? It's such, even like recently, there's videos of like German police like invading Poland with illegal immigrants, right? Like, so the idea that this is like some wild like racist conspiracy, it's like, it's not. It's kind of just it's hard to argue this isn't happening, right? It's hard to argue that this is not something that is real. So I think it goes in the, wait, like where does this actually go? I mean, you could say, like, you could comfortably say this, right? Like, I mean you could like very easily say this, like, no or little to no evidence or no research. But like, to be honest, man, it kind of goes in just the speculative, because it's like what the Great Replacement theory suggests is happening. The motive is the part that's speculative, right? The motive is the only thing that's everything else is a fact. Everything else about the Great Replacement theory is true and happening. And the only thing that is speculative is the motive of like why they're doing it. And that part there's no kind of consensus. For the most part, they have argued that, oh, it helps the economy, but by every conceivable factor known to man, in every instance, it has benefited the economy to remove illegal immigrants from your country and to not have them in the first place, i.e. Poland. And the second, and a week after Germany started giving Poland illegal immigrants, 2 women were raped and murdered, right? It's like there's a huge body of evidence that shows that illegal immigrants benefit your country 0%. They are leeches on an economy, because all they legally can do is collect government subsidies. That is all they can legally do. They cannot legally work here. So they are by nature leeches on an economy. And then all they do after that is they leech off your tax dollars by taking tax dollars for government subsidies. They leech off your housing markets because they are now artificially increasing housing prices through scarcity, and they don't even have to pay the bills. You're paying their bills for you to raise your housing prices. There's zero benefit to illegal immigration, and nobody wants to talk about that. They all want to say, well, but look, they might be on the farms. Like, there's maybe 2% of them that are on the farms. That could dramatically increase prices. Yeah, and do you know what, that 2% of them? It's like, I think you would make up for the 2% of illegal immigrants that worked in agriculture by removing the illegal immigrants. You would make up for it. I think you would probably, it would probably be a net positive. You would be in the positive. You would be in the green for how much you're producing. You would be producing more than you previously were by just removing all the other illegal immigrants that were taking the 2% of crops that illegal immigrants were harvesting for slave wages, by the way, which also artificially lowers prices. So it's like by every factor, they are bad for an economy. By every factor, they are bad for a country. By every conceivable factor, there is no benefit to these people being here. Slave colony on Mars. Is this even like a theory that like anybody actually has? I've never once heard this theory, but it was in the original, so like it's like kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, it was in the original, so I kind of just want to put it there, just to be like, hey, this is where your dumbass opinions were that make no sense, and they're wildly varying. I kind of just wanted to put all secret societies in their own category, because they're kind of all the same thing. There is some cabal that is secretly controlling, policies and government decisions, and they are some kind of elite that no one knows about, or and they secretly control everything. All secret society conspiracies are basically the same thing. It's just which ones they are doing it. And I had a bunch of them. I had Illuminati, Knights of Malta, Priory of Sion, Protocols of the Elder Zion. So I had Doomsday, or also Nibiru. I don't know what that is. But basically, I think it's I think you could basically, this is all of the world is going to end conspiracies, right? Like, this is the earth will burn up. I mean, that's that's what will happen. But it's like I mean, you could say is like the earth will become uninhabitable by 2025 as like a doomsday kind of theory, which I would argue it is. But like a lot of those, just like the world's ending soon kind of conspiracies, it's like, yeah, they just, every single one of them lacks evidence. I think the only one that actually has any evidence is the sort of the climate change one. But it's like, I don't know. But like I said, it was like a lot of what a lot of the crazy and extreme parts of climate change are exaggerated and based off no science, right? A lot of it is all speculative. So I also did like evil philanthropists in this. Even though I included this would include like Bill Gates and like George Soros, people like that. It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, they might do some evil, like contemptible shit that like is like, I don't know, pretty bad. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's, you have to call someone evil, you kind of have to, you are kind of ascribing motive, right? So it's one of those things where like to be factually correct, you would have to like describe someone's motive, right? Like, it's like I have like the Green Revolution on here where Bill Gates effectively killed crops for Africa and like starved like hundreds of thousands of people, or like at least thousands of people. It's like, am I gonna say am I going to ascribe that to malice, or am I going to ascribe that to incompetence, right? And Occam's razor is probably incompetence, because he's works with computers, not with agriculture. But it's just kind of one of those things where it's hard to say, but it's something that a lot of people believe. even myself a little bit. I kind of, I like if Bill Gates was like, we all need to put this computer. We all need to buy this one specific computer. We all need to. I'm releasing the Windows Phone, and it's a phone, and it's the best phone ever, and it can do everything. I'd be like, but like, what are you actually doing with that phone? Are you like taking all my information, Microsoft? Like, what do you actually like? I wouldn't ever. I don't think that Bill Gates is evil or like George Soros is evil. But like, would I trust them ever? Fuck no. Fuck no. Fuck no. Not in my life. I would rather die in a fiery grave than trust Bill Gates with my health. So let's do the last one here, and it's the shortest. There's very few conspiracies in this list, and there's I think a majority of the conspiracies are in this list here, even though most of them, like I would say a majority of them, like I don't even know what the follow the white rabbit is. Like I think it's just like a saying. It's like from the Wizard of Oz, or not Wizard of Oz, it's from Alice in Wonderland, right? It's like it's just like a saying. It's like it's a saying to talk about like diving into like some kind of rabbit hole of some like basically like the kind of red pill shit. Like, oh, you have discovered some forbidden knowledge. And it's just like that's all it is. This is my like this part is the most like ridiculous aspect of this graph, and it's like why I really wanted to remake it, because it's just so like unironically it's just like misinformation. I don't know, I just think like it's not misinformation, but it's like, dude, where is it at? Where's the good part? Come on. I think I gotta do it this way. No, I don't. I think that's fine. Okay. I got some shit there, but it's fine. Okay. Dude, I've been going for 6 hours on this shit. Holy. I'm definitely not going to get to Skyrim. Wait. So, what is next? So I had... so this is kind of just like a catch-all. So this is just like, there's various theories of just like something doesn't exist, like birds or like Finland or like shit like that. I think it's like most of it is like a joke, right? It's just like kind of just not based in reality, right? It's like, I mean, clearly Finland exists, and even if birds are government spies, they still exist. They just might be cameras, right? So like, even in like the detached, like comical world that they live in, like it still doesn't make sense. And then like dinosaurs are a Jewish conspiracy created to trick the Christians into like having doubts about. It's like, you know, it's just these like crazy shit. Holocaust denial. I mean, denying it happened, yeah, that's crazy. Denying that the number was 6 million, that's a little crazy. I mean, that's not. It's like, I mean, yeah, maybe they bumped the numbers a little bit. I don't know. Maybe they rounded up. I don't know, right? It's also, I've been seeing this on Twitter a lot, like. So they had this like mass campaign. They sent everybody to these concentration camps, A lot of people lived, though, isn't it? How did so many of them live? Kind of weird, right? They were so deadly. How did so many Jews live that? Second, like, what? Where'd all the bones go? Is there like recorded evidence of like? I've just been seeing like crazy shit on Twitter, and I'm like, is that real? Is there evidence of bones collected from concentration camps? And documented evidence of human bones, skeletal remains collected from Nazi concentration camps. Archaeological excavation. Sobir. Archaeological excavation uncovered 10 sets of human skeletal remains. Genetic testing confirmed these belong to Ashkenazi Jews murdered during the Holocaust. Alternate hypothesis at their identity remains were reburied according to Jewish rites. Should be a first ever archaeological excavation, new mass graves, and extensive human bone fight, including bones with cut marks confirming the presence of victims of Nazi atrocities. The bones and other artifacts were carefully documented. Okay. U.S. soldiers found piles of ashes and bones at the liberation. I mean, it does look like a pile. How many? You were to estimate though, like how many bones do you think there'd be? How many people do you think would? That's probably like 20 or 30. Right? You think these are human bones? Max 100. Max 100. Right? Got like no way this is more than 100 people. Like these aren't finely grained. These aren't fine bones, and it looks like there's even dirt in them too, right? Like this is what the dirt looks like. This is there, so there's probably a significant amount of dirt in there too. There's probably like max 100 people there. Human skeleton may have been found near their former camp. Investigate many date from post-war period. In Berlin, bone fragments discovered at the site of Kaiser were found to include remains from victims of Nazi crimes. Yeah, but like how many? It's just like here. I think in summary, yes, there's substantial and scientific verified evidence. Okay, like but like where did the rest of them go? Especially not 6 million. Are not present today because the Nazis undertook systematic efforts to destroy physical evidence of their crimes. Why? Why would they do that? They have no need to do that. They don't need to hide it. Everybody knows they did it. Why? Why would they have to do that? That's like, here's the thing. Like, I'm not even that deep in this. Like, I'm not gonna go into like the smokestacks and shit. Like, I don't even know how deep this rabbit hole goes. But like, just that is like it doesn't. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, the narratives don't always make sense here. It's like, why would you need to hide your crimes if you are invading Poland and like you are starting a world war? Why do you need to hide like the amount of people you kill? Like, it doesn't. You don't like it. It would serve no purpose to you. It's like at best it would be to obfuscate the amount killed, which doesn't actually fucking matter in your case because you have started like 2 world wars. It's like it doesn't matter at all. I'm not. I started this saying that this was not based in reality. Denying the Holocaust exists is Like it clearly happened, right? But I doubt 6 million. That's a stretch. That's a stretch. It's a stretch. It's a stretch. There was max 100 bones in that pile, and that was the biggest pile. Tartaria. This was kind of one that was this is one that's like, oh, there's like an alternate world that's not our own. That I don't know. This one's really dumb. I remember thinking that one was really stupid. Oh, okay. So then, flat Earth. I think it's like a kind of. I think Tartaria is like a kind of QAnon thing where it's like everything is connected. There's a world that there's like a country that's like that was perfect in every way. It was like the symbol of like freedom and like, you know, liberty and shit. But they like hid it because they didn't want people to know about the freedom that they could. It's like one of those, you know. It's one of those conspiracies that like, okay, but like, where's the evidence? It's like, well, there is none because they hid it because they didn't want people to know about freedom. It's like, okay, having a conversation with you is impossible, isn't it? Yes. Flat Earth, hollow Earth, flat Earth. I mean, it's just like every experiment to prove that the Earth is actually flat has fallen apart. There has recently been a person that has been taking people to Antarctica, taking flat earthers to Antarctica to disprove that flat Earth exists, and many of them has since said, you know what, damn man, I think he might be right. So I think flat earthers are coming around. Adrenochrome is when I realized that I'm still moderate. Like I'm a moderate conspiracy theory. Like I'm like these, dude. I'm in on like here. I'm like in all the way up to here. Right? Like Bigfoot, dude, could happen. Could be real, dude. I'm not a moon landing faked person, but like, dude, sure, I could believe any one of those happen. Do I? Eh. But like I could. Adrenochrome is when I realized I'm not cut out. Like there's got to be something else going on with adrenochrome. It's like I explained it already, and I don't want to explain it again because it's just the most batshit crazy conspiracy theory I've ever heard. I read it, and like while I was like, I'm usually entertained by conspiracy theories because I think they're fun, right? Like they're just a cool like experiment to think about. Like how much, like how valid is that? Because it's like, and I think like people who I've met who I consider generally intelligent do at least entertain like some ideas of like conspiracies. They at least entertain them to, at the very least, prove that they're not true, right? They you have to accept a certain amount. Like, okay, you have to buy in some amount, right? Like I said at the very beginning, the prerequisite to being a conspiracy theorist is believing that people are lying to try to control you, right? That people are purposefully lying to try to control you into making you, you know, not question certain things, right? I don't know where was it. Where was it going? Fuck it, dude. I don't even remember. Reptilian overlords. I mean, it's like, do people believe that? Do people believe there are lizard people? And here's the thing, dude. It's great. It's great sci-fi, dude. It's great sci-fi. Reptilian overlords I love because every single bit of the evidence is fucking like CG is like editing. Every amount of the evidence is just somebody with fucking Adobe Premiere, right? In like 2005, like they were quick on it, dude. But it's just great. It's great fan fiction. And Adrenochrome, I was reading it, and I was like, dude. It's like it's hard to believe like a certain area in this. So I don't remember this one, dude. I don't know, man. There's some fucking weird. I don't know, but like I think like a lot of these are just so ridiculous, and I'm like, do people like actually believe these? And it's hard. It's hard to. I'm putting this like at the very top, and like. Dude, 20x. Because Adrenochrome is the most detached from reality conspiracy theory I've ever heard. Like, reptilian overlords is at least just fun, dude. Because it's just fun to think about. It's like, dude, what if there's, like, humans that, like, they're, like, shapeshifters, and they can shift into, like, humans, and like they pretend to be normal, and it comes out with like weird blinking, right? Like they've perfected everything else, like they've passed the uncanny valley in every way except for blinking, right? Like that's the premise of reptilian overlords. But like, dude, Adrenochrome is just like, it's dark, it's like fucked up, and it makes no goddamn sense. It's like, I don't know, man. Here's the thing, though. Do I think celebrities are doing weird shit with kids? Oh, for sure. And I actually think that it's not foreskin. Like the original had like that celebrities use like child's like foreskin to like stay alive forever. But I actually think that part's not true. Dude, I think it's pee. Dude, okay, and this requires some backstory. I had... how much do I want to get into in this? This can make somebody I know look kind of bad. So I will keep the details light. I know someone who married a guy from Brazil. And this man would say that he needed child urine to make his skin look nice. He said that that children's urine, because it's so pure, actually like clears your skin and makes your skin look really nice. Granted, guy had amazing skin. He did. Probably the best skin I've ever seen on a man. Very clear. Very clear. But that's weird. It's really fucking weird. Just the premise alone of just like rubbing pee on your face is just fucking nuts. But like going a step further, it's got to be kid peas. Like that's fucked up and weird. Like you're like that's fucked up from both ways. You're DPing being fucking a freak. So I don't know, it's pretty bad. But here's it, like maybe you know, celebrities have been looking real rough after Jeffrey Epstein been arrested. Is all I'm saying. Here's it. So. I will credit Abby Richards because I think she created a great premise, great premise for this graph. But it just was not well made or placed. So I'm going to take out this part. Sorry, I am removing your links. But I will keep your credit. And I like this. I like the grounded in reality to detach from reality. And this part is actually like this. If you think about it this way, if you think about it vertically, it's great. But the problem I didn't like about it, because it wasn't vertically, it was more focused on this. It was more focused on the social impacts than it was about the actual merit and plausibility of the theory itself. Or yeah. So I'm gonna move this down here. Oh, it's not paint. Let's cut this out. Wonder why music is not playing. I'm gonna do that. Wait, the design wasn't even her? Oh, then she doesn't deserve shit. Wait, for real? She yanked that design? Then she didn't do shit. Oh, it was bad. She did bad. Anti-conspiracy meme wars. Dude, it was... Yeah, so her only contribution was placing the theories where they were. That was the worst part. Page is not available. I don't know what part she created, so I'll keep both of them. Updated 2025 by New Wave. YouTube.com/newwave. I'm actually gonna do that. YouTube.com/@newwave. I want to go light on that. I want to do the they're kind of askew. This one is askew. There we go. Is this one askew? Yes. Am I just nuts, or are those like, is it like leaning on itself? I don't know, I don't care. I want to do the light version of Helvetica. Where is it? Helvetica lights. So then I want to add like some little micro designs. I'm gonna do like blue. We'll do like a smaller stroke. 1.5. Is that an... Okay. Am I going crazy? That's a pentagon. I wanted an octagon. Oh, you can change the sides? Okay. I didn't actually even know about it. I never used this shape tool. I would probably put this over here. And we will... I need to delete this. There we go. Really want to add like qualifiers, like actually happened. I also want to remove these things because these are fucking retarded. The anti-Semitic point of no return is just like, dude. Such a like retarded way to talk about conspiracies. It's like, I mean, the thing is like, I would understand it more if most of them were like centered around like crazy conspiracies about like Jews or something, but it's like there like might have been one. It's like you're just like claiming everything is like anti-Semitic and there's like one conspiracy about Jews there. It's like I just don't get it at all. So let's grab this. I want to have it be like a gray. Add like a stroke. Do like a 1.5 stroke. You can only do 2 is fine. I kind of actually want to like lighten this color now. Inner glow, outer glow. I think outer glow would be good. I might go pretty low on that. Kind of. Oh, dude. I think a drop shadow should be on the actual shape. We'll see how it looks. Let's go with a. Actually, I kind of want to go with that with the pattern overlay too. Dude, the pattern overlay with the gradient kind of looks amazing. Let's go with a different color on the polka dots. I don't know, I've kind of changing my mind. I kind of don't know if I like that. How big can they get? I think that looks good. Oh, I didn't add the drop shadow. And is that? I think it should be. Yeah, that looks good. Spread's a little weird. I think that looks good. Let's duplicate that a couple times. Move this here. What is this? Oh, this is credit 2. Let's copy these. We'll like change the color of them slightly. Actually happened. This is, what is this? This is little evidence, or some evidence. Maybe I should say not definitive. I mean, all of them are like not definitive. Let's see if I can just change this. So I want to maybe like, which way do I want to darken it? I'll darken it. I'll have this one be like green. Can you like color something and then gradient overlay? No, you can't. So let's grab this shape here then. Grab the shape tool, do this, fill. Let's fill it with, probably do like a lighter green. Okay, then go grab the blend. Grab this, we'll do this, make it a little bit darker of a green. Then we'll add the opacity back. Just doesn't look right. Oh, did I duplicate it again? No. Oh. Huh? Oh, is Photoshop lagging the fuck out right now? No. Oh, because we need to do opacity. Okay, that looks great. That looks actually great. So let's duplicate again. I think I might be using Unity commands. Some evidence, little evidence. This one's hard to write. Little evidence, little/no research. How could I write that in like a concise way? Actually happened, some evidence. Is there anything? I just saw that like I had a really dumb had was January 6th had government involvement. Like, is that even? I don't know. There's some of them that I kind of like. Is that where they should go? Okay, let's see here. Okay, so what is next? We need to grab this. We need to grab the shape tool. We need to change the color. We want to change it to I want to do like and then we will go into why is it still green? Okay, I think it just changed. Okay, what? I think I lost the text because I changed it into nothing. So I'm going to duplicate it again. This one's this one's hard to write because it's like I don't know what to put here. Actually happened. Some evidence. Little/no evidence. I think that's the only way I can like put it. Yeah, I guess I'll remove like the little to no research. We can just say that. Like even though I know that, right? Even though I know that's part of it, and I've said that, it just won't fit. Then we're gonna do some kind of orange. We want to have this be orange as well. kind of hate that color, but it's fine. Little to no evidence. What is the next one? This one is no/flawed evidence. And then this one is let's grab this, let's do this. Grab our blending mode, we do this, we go to red, do like a lighter red here. And this will say not based in reality. It's kind of a weird way to write that. I think it actually is the only way to make it make sense. Not based in reality. It's kind of all the same shit. Not. Also want to remove this. I guess I don't understand why they put their name on everything. It's crazy. I've never seen a picture on the internet with so many like self promotions. So that looks pretty good. The only thing I want to change now, I actually think some of the phrases are good, but if I'm going to change one of them, I might as well change all of them for visual consistency. And the thing is, this one, I think these two are the only ones that I actually really want to change. And this one is the main one that I just think is so stupid that it's one of the main reasons why I wanted to make this graph, because I just think it's so stupid. There's so many things I find just really stupid about the graph, but the anti-Semitic point of no return was one of the things I was making fun of about it. Dude, it's such a over dramatic way of talking about conspiracy theories. It's here's the reality of 99% of conspiracies is that they are completely harmless and almost nothing ever comes out of them. The fact that I just find it so funny that people are so worried about conspiracy theories when MSNBC exists. Why aren't you worried about those? They say more ridiculous shit than I've heard from conspiracy theorists. I want to just put rejection of reality. Rejection of basic I don't know, maybe they shouldn't even have those qualifiers. Maybe it just adds too much to it anyways. What if I just removed this? Did I fucking delete that layer? God damn it, dude. Because I kind of want to just remove all of those. Because you could just put like a basic background in this, and it would be fine. And you just don't need those labels there at all. And you might be able to put like a... Might be able to like fill in something there. I don't know. I'm wondering where this thing went, where the block went. Maybe I guess I just didn't duplicate it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just really, I don't know if it's right, because it's kind of just like, so let's write, rejection of, like, objective truths. Rejection of objective reality. Like, it's to say like something that like clearly exists just doesn't exist. Like, you have to reject, like, you are rejecting reality. You are rejecting basic fundamental things, right? Like Holocaust denial. Like, it clearly happened. Whether you have questions about, you know, other things about it, like, that's not really the point of the conspiracy. It's if you are just blatantly denying that it happened, which I think is something that is actually, I would say it's a kind of an ineffective conspiracy, because it's not actually getting at the core conspiracy part of it, which is actually that is just like people deny aspects of it, right? Like, people deny the 6 million figure, people deny the smokestack. Like, I don't know how, I don't like, I never really gotten into the Holocaust, like, conspiracy theories and shit, because it's just not something like, every time I've tried, I'm like, I don't know, it's never made any sense to me. I don't fully understand like the parts of it, but I don't know. It doesn't take like that much to be like, I don't know, some of this doesn't make all that much sense. Science denial. This is like, what would I say for this? This is kind of like, this is that the font that I used? I did. I guess I did. I guess it is. This is Obama, Stonehenge pyramids, Men in Black, secret societies. This is I don't know. It's hard to say for these, like, these titles, because I think the other parts of it do better at saying what it actually is. This is there is I don't know, like, it's like things exist that don't exist, or like connecting line, or I don't know. So you think of like cryptozoology, like you are adding things into the world that there is very little proof of, like Atlantis. You are claiming like there is some underwater civilization. You know, you're like adding something to the world. Like you are adding something to like the narrative of the world. Like secret societies, you are like adding something. Stonehenge, like pyramids, you are saying that aliens are responsible. So it's just like you are creating like a fictional reality, I guess you could say. Creating like fictional reality. And the thing is, like, the moon landing, like, I wouldn't necessarily put that into, like, creating a fake reality, necessarily. I mean, it's clearly probably just didn't happen. Like, I would say with, like, 80, like, 9% certainty that the moon landing was probably not faked. But, I don't know. It's a good title for that fits everything else. And this is the hardest part of so far, has been creating these stupid titles. This is like I would call this like questionable thing. Things that people like have questions over. Questions. Like, it's kind of like, it's like Soy Boy. I mean, that one's probably not a good example of like. This one might not be. This one might not fit like neatly into like a categorical like title, because it's like this particular category is just so like scattered and all over the place. I would say like question reality, like questionable reality, or like real things people have questions over, right? Because it's not creating anything in the universe, right? Besides like ghosts, but I think ghosts are just like such a cultural staple that it's like you're effectively not adding something to the world at that point. It's like you are questioning behaviors about the world. You are like skeptical of like skeptical of reality, I would say. It would be the only thing I would skeptical of, like perceive or of like established narratives. Wait, hold on, I did this wrong. This is for this one. This is for this one. This is for this. Okay, no, I did it right. This is for this one. So fluoride, harp, body doubles, just stop oils, psyop, subliminal messages in kids TV. I actually think just stop oils as psyop could go in little to no evidence. Um, I would say these are. I would say. These are things that, I mean, most of the things have happened, but it's like, to what extent have they happened? Like, right? Like, I think a lot of these things you could say, like, yeah, these things did happen, right? Or at least, I mean, body doubles, like, that could actually probably go in like little to no evidence as well. I might move them up there. I'm gonna put these all in the red group. I'm gonna put these all in. So I actually found out. Wait, so I can just do this. So I could do. I kind of want to put that one there, just because I think it would be like more. Like there is no evidence that Just Stop Oil is a psyop. But like, you could conclude that from looking at the evidence. It's something you could conclude from looking at the evidence. FEMA coffins. I think that happened. Like they say, oh, they weren't coffins; they were coffin liners. It's like the premise of the conspiracy is that FEMA was like they knew there would be mass graves somewhere, and they were bringing the coffins, right, for mass graves. And it's just, I don't know, it's just like a weird thing to deny. They were like, oh, what are you doing? What is this? Why are you putting like why are you bringing coffins? And they were like, they're not coffins, they're coffin liners. You fucking conspiracy theorist. And it's like, okay, it's like that doesn't make it better. It's like they're like really, it's like somebody is like really going in on like semantics. It's like no, it's not technically. It's like it's just like a weird thing to deny and like make a big deal out of. It's like I don't know. It's just weird. It's like, I don't know. The conspiracy is 90% there, and they have acted like it is like 2% there. I think there is some evidence that the U.S. is involved in child trafficking. I kind of think this one needs to go here. I think there is some. I kind of like. I think with this one you are also like kind of subscribing intent, right? Like you have to. Because that's kind of the thing. That's the thing about it, is that it's like it is happening, but to what extent and what is the motive, right? It's like, did JFK was murdered by somebody who had CIA involvement, but like how the question is like how much involvement was CIA in the rest of it, right? Because we know it had some, right? CIA, to be honest, how much, I'm actually considering, how much do we know? How much, if any, evidence is there connecting crack cocaine manufacturing, distributing, or even allowing it to exist? There is no credible evidence that the U.S. government, CIA, or other federal agency directly manufactured, distributed, or intentionally allowed crack cocaine to exist or proliferate in American communities. This conclusion is supported by multiple official investigations and independent. Dark Alliance series alleged that CIA-linked individuals supplied cocaine to Ricky Ross, who converted to crack and sold it in Los Angeles, implying government complicity in the crack epidemic. However, subsequent investigations in major outlets found little to no evidence supporting claims that Blandon, Ross, or their associates were uniquely responsible for the spread of crack, or that the CIA orchestrated or knowingly permitted the trade. The OIG's review specifically found that while Brandon figures in the Los Angeles crack market, there were many other dealers, suppliers operating independently, and crack cocaine recipes and manufacturing methods were already circulating before their involvement. Ooh, that's something I didn't know. There was already recipes for crack before, and I think, if I'm wrong, like, there were undeniable, like, African American people who were creating crack cocaine and then selling it. So it actually lends credence to the idea that they might not have been involved. Major media investigations, including a comprehensive review by the LA Times, also found no support for the claim the CIA or U.S. government was responsible for the crack epidemic. I know that crack cocaine was present in Los Angeles before Ross began selling it. I kind of think that, I don't know, like, the more I'm reading, there's obviously, like, where is this coming from? Oh, this is government source. Government source. Is it all government sources? If it's all government sources, then Jacobin denied any involvement or complicity, and official investigations did not find evidence contradicting this denial. In summary, while there is evidence that individuals connected to the Contras, who's the Contras? I don't actually, Contras. I don't know. Are involved in cocaine trafficking that some U.S. or there is no substantial evidence that the U.S. government, CIA, or federal agency manufactured, distributed, or intentionally allowed crack cocaine to exist or proliferate. But is attributed to the combination of market forces, the cheap ability of cheap cocaine, and the drug's ease of manufacture and distribution, rather than any government conspiracy. I mean, obviously, take it with a grain of salt. The government did these investigations themselves, which, if they found things, they would be held liable for those things. So it's like, take it with a grain of salt, but I don't know. There's some evidence that kind of makes me, there's some things in that kind of makes me think that, like, it was, if it was already circulating before the theorized, like, idea, like, I kind of think that, I don't know, that just kind of, to me, is like, where's the conspiracy again? Like, we have to, like, reevaluate, like, where the conspiracy is, because it's like, so we're not denying that black people made it, we're not denying that they sold it to each other, we're not, they're like, where's the conspiracy? I don't know, like, it is made from cocaine, which I kind of glossed over. I didn't even kind of realize that. Which, there was tons of cocaine already coming in. So it's like, we know where they were getting it. We know how they were making it. We know who was importing it into the country. We know who was converting it from cocaine into crack. And this was happening wide, significant evidence shows that it was very easy to make, and people were making it, and we know who was distributing it. Where's the conspiracy again, right? Like, what's the conspiracy? That the CIA had some involvement? Yeah, which part? Like every part of this, and like I was saying earlier, it's kind of like, I think this is a conspiracy to, like, kind of like say, like, oh, we're not as responsible as we are. It feels like a way to, like, morally, like, not take accountability for what this community did to each other, right? Like, always, kind of.
subliminal messages in kids' TV. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, yes, it's happening, but we just don't know to what extent, and we're kind of subscribing motive. So I think this is like where that will go. Is there actually evidence of like dinosaur paintings? Like I just don't even know. I just kind of just cave dinosaur paintings. It's kind of just like a shitty conspiracy, anyways. Rock art. So this was it. It's kind of one of those things where it's like, damn, that one's kind of crazy. Because that looks like a fucking pterodactyl. Looks just like a pterodactyl. These kind of are all like outlined specifically to like highlight exactly what they're seeing. And like without them, I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? I don't know. I don't like that. I think it's stupid. I think it just sucks. This one, I mean, this one you could probably just say is just fucking real. This one, this is my conspiracy, so I think it needs to be put, like, higher up. Because it has, like, no evidence. I don't think there's, like, significant evidence. And if there is, it's like, I came up with it anyways. I just think it, like, the FEMA coffin thing is just, like, it makes me so mad because it's like, dude, like, what are you, like, why are you denying it? Why are you, like, it's a weird thing because it's like, dude, you don't, it's like, oh, dude, you shit your pants. It's like, no, dude, I've never shit, I would never shit my pants, dude, like, look. Dude, yeah, like, okay, like, I shit my pants a little. Like, it was like a fart. It was like a fart that, like, just like a little bit. It's just like a weird denial of like something that is like so close to the truth already. It's like you were like vehemently denying something that's like one step removed from the truth. It's like, dude, of course that never. I cannot play that song. I just think that just like conspiracy sucks. Celebrities murdered. There just really is no evidence. Little to no evidence. Body doubles. I'll put that in like. I'll put that there. I don't know. That one, the celebrities murdered thing. I don't know, man. That's a hard one. 'Cause I think the only one that like. The only one that like actually is compelling in any way is like Kurt Cobain, and there's the even if like the investigator believed that it happened, he couldn't find enough evidence to, you know, say that, right? Say that definitively. So it's just one of those weird instances where it's like you kind of have to. Kind of one of those unknowable things. HARP. Do I want to say that like HARP is real? It's kind of just like an insane thing to say that HARP is real. I would say little to no evidence. The Great Replacement being right there, it's like, it might come off as like insane. You're like, wow, that like a conspiracy that hardcore is there, but it's like if you think about it, man, if you think about everything that has happened since 2020 to now, it's hard to deny the Great Replacement theory. It's hard. It's really difficult. If you are being legitimate, if you are being good faith, it is kind of hard to deny that it happened. But like you just have to, like, the extent and the intent are the only things that are in question to me in the Great Replacement theory. Little to no evidence. This one in particular is just stacked. Okay. I think I am curious what font this is. Gee, these are my least favorite ones. Can I see the title, please? Why is this being so weird? Why is it not showing me the part that I actually want? Okay, I want to go somewhere else. Yes, what is this? That one looks pretty close. Soren. Okay. Soren. Okay. We will do Soren. Which one is it? It looks like Soren. Maybe bold? It's a little too bold. Semi-bold. Yeah, that's definitely the one. So let's cut this out. Maybe not. Let's patch it instead. Problem, we don't have a clear place to patch. Let's do this. We'll just use the same one. And we'll probably go through there with like a what's it called? Stamp. Okay. I got so much like shit on my screen that I can't tell if it's all blended yet. Where'd it go? There we go. Okay, now it's good. And then let's add this. Let's go Soren semi-bold. Now let's do the conspiracy, the new conspiracy chart. Let me look at the original again. So it had like the same dark blue colors like this, so we can do that. I will add like a white stroke to it. I'm pretty sure that's what it had on it. No. We will do this. Not inside, we want outside. It kind of doesn't look good. I thought it would look better, but I don't like it. Maybe it should be like gray or something? Just makes it look blurry. Not into it. Yeah, I don't like it. I think regular looks fine. Let's do like maybe a drop shadow, maybe like have it over here. I don't know, I'm kind of not into that either. So I actually think we need to go back and do this, grab this, change the actual color of it so that we can bevel it correctly. Why? Hard difference. I don't know, I think it all looks like shit. Okay, I think that's good enough. I don't really want to. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Okay, I think Tartario could probably go in creating fictional reality. Is the Men in Black, like, is there no evidence for that? It's kind of one of those things where it's like, something weird did happen. There's significant amounts of shared like story. I mean, if cryptozoology and Men in Black are the same thing, are in the same, I'm okay with that, because I think there's probably a similar amount of evidence for. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, man. It's hard to say. I think there's more evidence for like Bigfoot than there is for Men in Black. There's more. There's like a ton more anecdotal evidence. There's tons more sightings. But like, I think the Men in Black is like still way more like believable, because like, at the very least, like, at the very like non conspiracy part of it is like, it could be the CIA, it could be like weapons, you know, like the CIA like investigating people for like weapons. It's like, there's so many things. There's like so many other ways you could look at it that's like not aliens, right? But like, I don't know. It's one of those things where I just don't even know. Well, we'll probably just do that. What, our black then? So, skeptical of established reality, creating fictional reality, rejection of objective reality. So what would like... This one's more like things that might happen, there's just not substantial evidence for. So things that needs definitive evidence. I think BlackRock could. I think BlackRock is probably the one that could go the most down. I think the best thing it can do for this would be to move this up here, and to move this down here. This is like when you change the placement of something in a tier list, because it rarely it doesn't feel like it matters, but I think it does. Not. It should subliminal messages go over 9/11 conspiracies? Yeah, probably. I mean, just like hearing Disney employees say like they're not at all secret gay agenda is like, that's some fucking damning. That is a damning self-own. It is a damning self-own. Okay. So I think that's it. I think that is the updated conspiracy chart. This has been an extremely long video. I did not expect to stream this for 7 hours, but this is a video I've been wanting to do for a while. So I put a ton of work into it at one point, and I think it's been fun. So I was going to stream Skyrim Randomizer Challenge, but I streamed for 7 hours talking about conspiracies. So, but this is fun. I think I like this. I think this is good. Might do like a little more work on it. I might like change the placement of stuff. But for the most part, this is probably where things will go. And if things significantly change, I might do some voiceover or something. Alright, but that is it. I think I am done. I think I'm tired and I want to eat. Alright, I am peacing. I will see you guys. I'll stream, do Skyrim Randomizer Challenge, maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Alright, peace.